Hey folks, welcome back to another Rust stream. This is going to be one of the open source maintenance streams. So I've done a few of these in the past, although it's been a while since the last one. The intent behind these is, well, I maintain a bunch of different open source Rust crates. I maintain some non-Rust things too, although most of those sort of fallen by the wayside at this point. But keeping up with the open source stuff takes a bunch of time. There's a lot of like reviewing issues, reviewing PRs, fixing issues, doing releases, updating dependencies according to dependabot, fixing CI. Like there's a bunch of that kind of maintenance that I think many people who are not used to being open source maintainers don't really see. They don't see it both in the sense of don't appreciate that it's happening and the maintainers have to spend time on it, but also they don't get to exposed to it, so they don't know that those are things that if you are to release something into open source, you have to spend time on, and it will consume some of the, like, it's not as though putting an open source library out there is just a matter of putting it out there. You also need to sort of subsist those projects over time. And this is an intent to sort of show a little bit of what that requires. And so in particular, we're going to basically go through my GitHub notifications. I've already pruned a bunch of things over there. I mean, I'm obviously subscribed to a bunch of, Rust issues and like tracking issues and stuff, things that are not that interesting to look through on stream. So we're going to specifically look through for things that require like my maintainer attention. And then we'll just start walking through them and dealing with them as I would normally. This is a task that, I have to do once a week, or ideally more often, but often I don't even have the time for once a week. So just somewhat regularly, I have to sort of cycle through these and keep up with PRs and issues and everything, and you'll come along for the journey. Now, worth pointing out that one of the things that makes this challenging is that there are many different projects, and so we're going to need to do quite a lot of context switching. Anytime we switch between repos, there's going to be a bunch of context you don't have for that repository, but that I have in my brain. So I'll do my best to try to carry you along here, but just keep in mind that the transitions might be a little jarring, but I'll do my best to have that not happen. And as always, like if you have questions, put them in chat, and then I'll try to address them. If you're watching this after the fact, we'll put the questions in on a piece of paper and make a paper airplane. I don't know what to do about them. But maybe you'll join the next stream and you can ask me live. Cool. So as I pointed out, one of the problems here is that the notification button on GitHub is behind the image of me on the screen, and I have a little danger box there so that I can see that things aren't visible to you, but that also means that I can't click on the notification thing. So I need to go to notifications. And then what I'm going to do is, and you can't see this off screen either, but I'm going to sort from oldest to newest instead of newest to oldest, because it tends to be the case that the oldest ones are the ones that most require my attention because, well, I haven't addressed them in a while. This also means that it's sort of a slight punishment for people who keep bumping issues. Like, if you want me to reply to something, bumping it is not the way to do it, because it makes me less likely, not more likely, to look at the thing. Cool. So let's group this, roughly speaking, by repository so that we don't end up switching back and forth a lot. So you'll see there are a couple here from left, right. So let's pull those out. And I think there's only 4. So for context here, left, right, I'll pull it up here first. So left, right is this concurrency primitive that I've given a talk or two about this in the past, and it is a concurrency primitive that acts a little bit like a reader-writer lock, except it is a lot faster for reads, but it is also slower and less memory efficient for writes. And so it sort of makes a slightly different trade-offs in the concurrency performance space compared to something like a reader-writer lock. This one has a lot of like low-level like concurrency manipulation and atomics and stuff, but that's part of what makes it interesting. It's also part of what means that whenever I go back to look at this, there's always like issues or pull requests that are like very specific about some aspect of the concurrency protocols. I always need to like bring it back into my brain in order to be able to address them. So let's see. The first one is fix the data race on right handle drop. So if we pull up left, right, you'll see that when you create a left-right, here, for example, you call left-right new, and then you give it two types. One is the type of the data structure you're protecting. The other is the type of the operational type over that value. So in this case, this is in left-right, unlike with a reader-writer lock, for example, you need to define what operations are possible to do on that data type so that they can be replayed later. So left-right, from a very base level, it keeps two copies of your data structure, a left and a right copy. And so the writer is always modifying one of them, the readers are always going to the other one, but that means that all your writes have to be applied twice, once to the left and once to the right map or data structure. And so you need to keep a log of all the writes you did so that after you've applied them to this, you now need to remember them so that you could apply them to this later. And so that's what this operational type is. So it's generic over two things. And when you create a new thing like this, you get back two handles, a write handle and a read handle. The read handle is clonable, so you can create as many as you want, give each one to a reading thread, for example. The write handle is not clonable. And so it is a thing that you can only have one writer unless you put this in a mutex or something. And so the write handle is where a lot of the logic lives for swapping between the maps, keeping track of the operational logs, waiting until all the readers have moved from one map to the other so that it's safe to write to one. All of that logic lives in the write handle. As when they say here, fix the data race on the right handle drop, they're implying that when you drop a right handle, there's some kind of data race, presumably around the access to the two maps. Let's see, that allows read handles to enter while the value is being dropped. The issue was observed by building with thread sanitizer in a test where one thread creates a right handle and shares a read handle factory for it with some other threads. Read handle factory is a thing that can make new read handles, but is not itself a read handle. The reason this can be useful is because the work that a writer has to do is proportional to the number of active read handles. Read handle factory does not increase the performance penalty of a write handle. And so you might have a factory so that you can produce read handles if you need them, but they are not themselves read handles. T1 continuously creates and drops write handles, sharing the factory accordingly, while the other threads create new read handles from the factory and attempt to enter. So enter here is, if you look at read handle, on read handle, you can call enter, and that sort of means give me access to the underlying data structure. I want to do a read, and you get back a read guard, and the read guard is the thing that actually dereferences to the underlying data structure. The reason you would need to have this guard is the same reason you need to have a guard for something like a reader-writer lock, is because while you hold the guard, the writer can't modify the map you're reading from. But the moment you release that guard, you're sort of giving up your ability to have access. I don't want to say exclusive access because readers share it with each other, but to have access to that, and you will need to do more work to coordinate in order to enter again. Okay. Thread sanitizer here is a very common concurrency checking tool that essentially you often run it in CI, but you don't have to, where it keeps track of all the memory accesses by all of the threads in a program, and it checks that none of them do atomic accesses in such a way that they could race. Like two threads concurrently writing to the same memory location without having done some kind of atomic for that write, for example, to ensure that they have not stepped on each other's toes without realizing. So Tsound reports a race where some threads manage to read a bool within V while T1 drops it. Co-authored with Claude. Surprisingly common these days. So you'll see they posted this in April. Then they did a follow-up in May, and I just haven't had a chance to look at it since because I've been moving and stuff. This is sadly one of the realities of open source software as well. So let's see. What's the change here? Okay, so this is in the swap function. Yeah, okay, so Oh, it's not in swap. It's in drop. Right. So we have an impl drop from right handle for right handle, and what right handle will do is it will take the inner, and the reason this is a take is because I want to consume the fields that are inside of right handle, whereas drop only gives you an exclusive reference to them, and so if you actually looked at the definition of right handle, which we can do over here. And then I will do, let me see if I can move this so you can't see it. And then I will mute myself so you can't hear me. And then let's try to pull again. Excellent. Okay, so if we now look at left-right here and we look at the right handle, you'll see the right handle here. So if we go to the take inner, take inner is the thing that takes out the backing data structure. And the backing data structure here is if you have a right handle to a T, it basically gives you back the T so that it can be dropped. And this is a tricky operation, right? Because there are actually two T's, the left and the right. And you need to only give it out of the take inner for like actual dropping once there are no readers in left or right. Because if there are any readers left in either of them, then now you're trying to drop the data structure while someone is reading it. And so that's not okay. So if we go back to right handle, you'll see that it holds a W handle, which is a non-null, so a pointer to a T, and it holds an R handle, which is a read handle to a T, and read handle inside is itself an atomic pointer to a T. Right, so there's two pointers to T's here. One is the right handle, one is the read handle. And so these are the ones that we need to get the owned T out of, because currently these are just raw pointers. So we need to get the owned T outs so that we can let them actually be dropped. And this is where there seems to be a race of some kind. Yeah, so you'll see the docs here too. Make sure that all the pending operations are applied and waits till all the read handles have departed. Then it uses drop first to drop one of the copies of the data and then returns the other copy as a taken smart pointer. So this actually, I misremembered this one. It will actually drop one of the copies and then give you back the other one owned. It will not give you back both copies. Right, so it keeps track of if you've already taken, then it refuses to give them to you again, because if they've been taken, you've given out an owned copy, so you're not allowed to give out another one, even if you technically still have the raw pointer. First, ensure both copies are up to date. Yeah, so this is doing, so publish is the thing that makes sure writes are applied to both sides and swaps the atomic pointers and wait for readers to depart. And then we grab the read handle and we set it to null. And then we wait for all the readers to depart. Yeah, so this is making it so that any read that happens will observe that the read handle is now a null pointer rather than a pointer to a real data structure. And then we do this this wait call, and wait is the one that will wait for every reader to have seen the last change to the atomic pointer, right? So we swap it to null, and then we wait until all the readers have now observed a null. And then once we've done that, now all the readers must have observed a null, and therefore they all know that the data structure is null and void, and so therefore it should now be fine to drop one and give back the other, take ownership of the other. But this is where they claim that there's a bug. Sure, this one is... last episode with a snapshot taken after the null swap above. Without this refresh, wait would use a snapshot taken at the end of the previous publish and would skip any reader whose epoch was even at that point. Ah, okay. So there's a bit of nuance here. So if we go to publish, publish's job is basically wait for... So let me try to explain the algorithm top to bottom and then explain how it's actually implemented. So you have two maps, left and right. Initially, the writer writes to left and the readers read from right. And there's an atomic pointer that points the readers to the right and away from the one that's being written. The writer then has exclusive access to left data structure, and so it keeps making modifications to that. And then when the writer wants to make a change, it makes a change to that writable side, and then it does an atomic pointer swap, so all readers in the future will now go to here, and then it waits for... So every reader keeps a sort of atomic epoch. It's an atomic counter that's per reader. And it waits until it's observed that every reader has ticked its counter at least once, which implies that it's read the pointer at least once since the swap has happened. So they must now be reading the new pointer value rather than the old one, which means they can no longer be in the old map. And this is what the read guard guards against. So you swap it over, and then you wait for everyone to move. And once everyone has moved, now it's safe for you to use the right-hand side for writing, because the left-hand side is now for readers. The way this is actually implemented is slightly different, which is that publish starts by waiting, and then it does the updates and then the swap. So you'll notice that the wait doesn't happen after the update, it happens before. The reason for this is a little bit subtle, but basically... we do the swap, and when we've done the swap, we've applied the writes. And when we do the swap, reads will start immediately seeing the new values that we've written. And so you still have this sort of consistency guarantee that when publish returns, new readers will see the new value. However, there's no reason to really wait until all the old readers move over as well before you return from publish. So you might as well just overlap in time that waiting with the code that runs after publish returns. So you do the swap, and then you read all of their epoch counters, and then you just return from publish. And then the next time someone wants to publish, which implies they want to apply some writes, then you only at that point do you go and sort of wait until the readers have moved on, because chances are in the intervening time between the last time you returned from publish and the next call to publish, some time has passed. So readers have probably moved on. So this wait might actually be really fast. But this means that the last thing that happens when you call publish is a swap. We can go look at this down here. So we do a swap, and then we read all the epoch counters, and then we return, which means that after this point, readers may still be in both maps, right? There's no guarantee that the readers have all moved to one map. And so the question now, if we go to take inner, is, so we try to ensure that all the readers have moved over. And so, yeah, so the op log here are like pending writes that we've not published yet. So if there are pending writes, then we do a publish. So at this point, all writes are applied to at least one map, or at least one T. Readers are all in. So we've waited for them all to move, and then we did a publish, which means we did a write we did a pointer swap, and then we did a wait, we did a pointer swap, we did an epoch read, which is the readers may be in either T. And so here, after this publish, all writes are in both T's, i.e. there are no pending writes. And so here we have still have the same property that readers may still be in either T. There's also a world in which the oplog is empty the entire time, so we don't call publish at all. Like there have been no changes, in which case readers may still be in either T. So here, readers may be in either T. Epoch is the last seen epoch, is the epoch, epochs are synced with the end of the last publish. And then we swap to null, and then we lock the epochs. I see. So there's a world here where, so we need to go look at what actually happens to when new readers are created. So the structure that keeps track of all these epoch counters for the readers is an arc mutex of a slab. The slab is not super important here, but it's just an arc mutex. You can think of this sort of as a vector. And inside of that is an arc to an atomic usize. You need the double arcing here because this arc is an arc that's shared between one reader and the writer, right? Because they both need to have access to that reader's epoch counter. And we need one of those for every reader. And then we need a mutex around that thing so that we can add more readers over time. That requires inserting into this effectively this vec. And that needs to be shared between the read handle factories and the writer so that the read handle factories can make more readers. They need to have access to this mutex. And so that's why the outer arc is here. And so if we go look at factory, you will see that cloning a factory is easy. You just clone both the arcs. The inner here is the atomic pointer to the T. This is the atomic pointer that we'll swap. And this is the epoch counter arc mutex. Now, when you create a handle, you do this thing, new with arc on read handle. And that will obviously create a new epoch counter. And then it takes the lock and it inserts the epoch counter that we got. And that's all you do. So you just add to this list. And if we now go back to, not here, back to here, the other thing we need to look at is what happens in publish, in wait, if you have new readers that have come in. So you'll see that what wait will do, you see we take the lock outside of wait, and then what wait will do is it will it keeps track of what the last epoch it saw for every reader is, and it will resize that to account for the current capacity of epochs. So this one is stored inside of the right handle, is not behind a mutex. This one is under the mutex that we're currently holding. And so we extend this by nulls, by zeros to match the capacity here. And then we loop through all of the epochs, and we check whether they're even. So let's ignore the even rule for now. It's not terribly important, but we basically check whether the epoch counter that we have is the same as the one we read last, in which case they've not moved along. Or if it's different, like here, then it must have seen the last swap because they've dropped the read guard, which increments the counter. And so this is the case where you no longer need to check that counter. Does this mean that dropping the right handle can take arbitrarily long? Yes, exactly. It will wait. It will have to wait for as long as it takes for all the readers to depart. And so the problem we run into here is if we go back here, or at least what's pointed out in this, is that what if a new reader was added after one of these publishes, but before this? And it has to be before this, right? Because after this, we've taken the lock, so that there's nothing they can enter. So if a new reader is added here, then that reader will be in either map, which is fine. All readers are in either map here. We'll swap to null. That reader will not have seen this yet. Then we lock the epoch counting structure, and then we wait. Why is this wait insufficient? This wait should wait for all readers, including new ones, to have seen the null. Why does it not? Oh, I think I know what the bug is. I think the problem here is actually this 0. Yeah, I think that's the problem. Let me try to explain why. So the rule is not actually that the readers increment their counter once for every read. They actually increment it twice for every read. They increment it when they, like, the moment they read, the moment they've read the pointer, and they increment it again the moment they drop that guard, the read guard. The reason they do it twice is so that if you have an idle reader, like one that just sits on a thread that's doing nothing, you don't want that to block write handles because it's not holding a guard. It hasn't read the pointer. It doesn't. You don't need to block on it, but you need to observe the fact that it's idle. And you can do that by observing whether the counter is even. If it's even, that means that that reader is not holding a guard right now. But you also still need to keep track of this like not equal, because you could have a reader that's active, but it's active after having read the pointer a bunch of times. So you still can, it's fine. It has moved on to the map you've swapped to. The problem here is if there are new readers added, we add them in with an epoch counter of 0. Which is an even number, right? Mod 2 is 0. And so therefore, when we go through this loop, new read handles, we will not wait for, because they will hit this check. And so they will not block our wait returning. And then obviously they'll be filled in where they'll be filled in so in publish there's update and swap. So in update and swap at the end we read in all the epochs. So after the next publish, after a new epoch counter is added, then we read in their last epoch, so it's no longer 0. But before that, so if we do a publish and a reader is created after that publish, then its last epoch will be 0, which will be even, which will be ignored for wait, even though it might already be holding a guard. So I think the actual bug here is that this needs to be a 1. This needs to be not even. The default, right? That's what that argument is called. Yeah, that the defaulted value here must not be odd. And we'll put in a ref to number 144. Otherwise, new readers since the last publish won't be waited for. And this solves the problem because it reads all of the epochs and then calls wait. But that shouldn't actually be necessary. it's fine for those epochs to be stale, because actually, is it fine for them to be stale? That's another interesting question, because imagine that neither publish happens. So this is for sure a bug, but imagine that neither publish here happens. So there's some very old publish that last read the epochs. And then we swap. Then this wait will wait for them to have observed some pointer swap. They'll have observed at least some pointer swap since the last publish, but that could just be the pointer swap of the publish. It is not guaranteed that they've seen this pointer swap. Yeah. So we do actually also need to here read all the epoch counters again, so that when we wait, we ensure that we actually wait for them to observe this swap, not just the swap that happened in here, for example. So this is actually correct. Interesting. Yeah, this description isn't quite right. I mean, it gets at the problem, but it's not quite the problem. So I think I want to write my own version of this one. This is not entirely uncommon with PRs like this, where I could either try to guide them into what I want this to say, or I can just write it myself. So actually what I will do here is this, and then I will do minor left, right, get stash, and then I will check out PR 144. Ugh. Why? What? Really? Okay, 5, 3, 2, 1, F826. Yes. Yes, that's fine. Excellent. Now can I check this out? Excellent. So now I'm on their branch. And so now I can go in here and say, refresh last epoch after the null swap above. Otherwise, we would only be waiting for the readers to have observed some swap since the last publish, but not necessarily our null swap. In particular, they may simply have observed the swap at the last publish. And then this needs to be 1 again. Here actually it can be 0 because we immediately overwrite it. But we should keep it 1 and then now, so this is no longer true, right? This is where that comment should be, and this is well, I guess this can stay here, and then this is and now block until every reader has moved on. Do the actual blocking loop until every reader has moved on. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of uppercasing comments. I don't know why. I don't know where I got that from. It would be better to actually have the test case here, so I'm gonna ask them to maybe add that in. And then the other thing I'll do is I'll put in my changes here, and I'll actually leave this as 0. And then I'll make the 0 to 1 change separately. Wording on publish fix. And then I'll slash pop. And then now maybe in okay, and now we'll do this. We'll do a reset head to bring back that one little X change I did. And then here we'll do this and say newly added epochs. Avoid ignore skipping newly added epochs in wait. A 0 would be missed by would be considered even is considered even, and so would be skipped in the loop, even though that read handle may have done writes, may have done reads. There's actually another interesting question here of, is 1 even the correct value? Because this means that if the reader does any value, like assuming the new reader was added and then has done a bunch of reads, then maybe it's correct to ignore them, because, or maybe it doesn't matter because they must have been created after the publish. And so then the swap has already happened, which means they must have observed the swap. And so therefore it's fine for us to not wait for them. Yeah, so I think actually this change isn't relevant. I think it's okay to ignore them, but the reason is a little subtle. So maybe it's actually fine for it to stay 0 as the default value. Okay, I think I believe myself again. So that means these can stay 0. Although I do want to leave a sort of note to myself here. about that fact. So we're going to do checkout-p. We're going to check out this, and then we're going to go here and note that the folder value here is odd. So new readers since the last publish. Since they were created after the swap anyway. However, since they were created after the swap anyway, they must have observed that swap, and so it's fine not to. And so we don't need to wait for them. So just a clarifying comment. I'll leave these two clarifying comments in there as well. Clarify why 0 is okay. And then I'll push. Yes, I do want to. I don't understand why I'm not allowed to do that. I thought it would sync this to that remote as what? I've definitely done this before where I could just push to it. Does it say I'm not allowed to push to this? Because if so, that's pretty annoying. It also needs to merge with main. So we'll merge that in there. But, oh, did I mean even? Did I misspell? Oh, the default value here is even. You are completely right. Oops. Fine. Add Freddy. I was pretty sure that GHPR checkout would set up the remote. But I guess not. Okay, so then we'll have to do this the old way, which is, I need to do, this is really annoying. Git remote add this, and then it's git at github.com:/left/right.git git fetch. Get to there, Freddy. Aha! I think that's why I'm not allowed to push to this PR, because I think they've not granted the ability for committers to push to their branches, which I guess they've turned off, which is annoying because it means I basically can't take their change. Well, then we will do it in our own branch instead. So I will then go ahead to main. How do I want to do this actually? I think I want to handle drop race, and then I'll reset that to this, and then I'll commit. Race condition in right handle drop. Closest 144. Yeah, I guess I'll put in the description here that previously the weight in take inner, I guess, also affects right handle take. Previously, the weight in take inner would could return even if could return if some new read handles had only observed the last publish, but not the swap to null. Fix this by reading the epochs again after the null swap, and then wait to observe them tick over. Replaces 144 since I could not push to their PR branch. We wanted to make some changes to the comments. So I'll push that up like so. Wait. Oh, that's not what that's not what I wanted to do. That's not at all what I wanted to do. I did a stupid. Because now I think I just undid all those changes. Yeah. What I actually want to do is reset. I want to reset hard to Freddy, and then I want to reset the branch to main. Now I have the right thing, and then I want to git commit A. Like so. So this should now be right. Yes. Force release. Okay. And then I will go over here and I'll say, sorry for the delay. In the middle of a house move, so time has been tight. Wanted to make some smaller modifications to the comments here, but it seems I can't push to your branch. So I'm landing this in. Definitely a bug here. One request though. Could you open a PR where you add the TSAN test case that we catch regressions on this in the future? Closing comment. Now let's see, what's this unhappy about? It's unhappy about CodeCov is sometimes just unhappy, so that's fine. I can't approve my own PRs, can I? No, I cannot. Okay, that's fine. So this now looks good. This just takes forever, which is fine. So we are going to... It is me who've trained AI to use M dashes, is true. I love M dashes. I've used them a lot, way before AI. Cool. We'll merge this, and then I'll keep it open and in a tab, because we, if I do another release of left-right to include this change, then I'll want to post the version number that I release it with in here. But I want to see these other ones first, whether that's something we need to change. Can we wrap weight and publish under condition for first publish? On first publish call, there are no readers on the right handle, so we can just wrap that in not on first. I see. You don't need to wait because you know that there are no readers in the right handle, so you can update it straight away. I think that's true. First publish, there are no readers. Can be on the right handle, so no need to wait. Yeah. I think that's true. The only thing we need to be careful about is whether there are any side effects to wait. But I don't think there are. Like, it doesn't read the epochs or anything. So... would it make sense to drop a co-authored by them on the commit? Probably. I mean, I reference their MR, right, or PR, and so the sort of chain of custody here is clear. But it would have been good. I agree. I simply forgot that is a thing you can do in Git. I think this is correct, so I'm fine taking this one. On first publish, no readers are in the right handle, so no need to wait. Approve. Just want that one change to make the comments more in my style. And then the update with a rebase. It shouldn't be a problem. I think it's just the CI that's changed. And so this is another change that we can get into the same release. So I'll go back to main here. And so once CI is happy there, I'll mark this as done. Relax reentrant null pointer assumption. The reentrant read handle enter seems to have an unreachable assumption that's a bit too strong. Right handle drop can indeed swap the pointer to null while the outer guard keeps the reader epoch active. For instance, right, so let's first look at the read.rs. So we have an unreachable here. So self.enters oh yeah, this is to check that if you try to enter the same read handle multiple times, then the second one is a no-op, because you don't want to count. Let's look here. Yeah, so imagine you, like, just in one thread, you call .enter, and then you immediately call .enter again on the same read handle. The second one should not increment the counter, the epoch counter, a second time, because then it would appear to be even. So the second one needs to do nothing. So we have to have this guard, this enter guard, to make sure that if we are entering twice, then the second one is sort of a no-op. We just give out another guard. But you'll see here, the read handle state that goes in the guard keeps track of which enter it is, so that you know when to actually escape. So you'll see, you'll see it keeps a reference to the cell of the read handle, so that they can keep track of the last one that's dropped, and only the last one that dropped sets it back to even. So you'll see this just gives you another read guard, so it still works. It's just that that one doesn't do anything. But there's a guard here that says if the read handle is null, then we don't give out the read guard. So the question is, why is this marked as unreachable? If the pointer is null, no read guard should have been issued. So this is incorrect because, and this relates to the thing we just fixed, which is during drop, the right handle is going to set the pointer, the atomic pointer, to null to indicate you can't access this anymore. So it's not the case that it's just during setup that it's null. It can also be null during teardown. And so then we should indeed return none here. And so I'm guessing that's what they're going to show, right? So left, right, new, enter. In another thread, you drop the writer. And then you wait until it's actually dropped. And when it is, you should expect enter to return none. But instead, it panics. Yeah, and I think that's totally right. It should just return none. It would be good to have this as a test, though. Let's see if we go back here. PR checkout. Let's see if I can push to this one. So see, I've been inconsistent here about the capitalization. Fix that up. The writer mirror dropped. Right handle may have been dropped. In fact, must have been dropped. Right handle must have been dropped. And the epic would be active anyway. So the other read guard that we issued in the first enter could still be some, right? Because it's still active. It's still sort of holding up the right handle drop. Must have been dropped. So even though the first enter may have returned some, all we can do now is return none, since the point T has vanished. Still active somewhere, since our first enter must be preventing it from being reclaimed yet. Slight clarification, or more words. Doesn't matter, it's going to be squashed anyway. Can I push to this one? Can I really not? Oh, head. I don't understand why I can't. Am I like missing something in my setup of this? Let's see. Get remote, add. Left, right, get fetch, this one, get push this. Yeah, but I don't understand what it's true that the PR creator can decide if maintainers have access, but I feel like normally people check that box, or at least I think it's checked by default. This is 2 PRs in a row where people don't have that. That's annoying. Why are these checks not running? Approve workflow to run. Well, I guess we will have to do the same thing here then, which is check out main, and then git pull, and then make and reentrant enter during drop, and then we will git reset hard for this guy, and that we will git reset to main. Right. This also needs to merge main, so it gets that change, and then we will git reset hard to the fix, and then git reset to main. So now we have this, and now we can actually do. Now we can also add this as a test in read. Where are my tests here? Actually, we could even do this with Loom, but I don't think we need to. I think this is actually sufficiently deterministic. It is a little bit annoying actually to write tests for this. I don't know that I have been very good about having a easy to extend test suite here. Part of what's annoying about it is you would need to have a data structure that implements the traits required for left right, which I believe this one does, but it doesn't have that trait. So let's go ahead and simply try this. Reentrant enter during drop. So what's the DQ and op? DQ and op. And we'll import that. I don't think this needs to happen in its own thread. I think you can just drop it here. And then we can assert this is none. Value, that's fine. This can be derived debug. Ooh, no. Oh. This is like a test data structure I set up just for this test. And I guess now, and then debug, partial eq, and eq. And this can also be partial eq and eq. You happy now? Okay. Minor left right. I don't know why that was even there, because I don't think it needed to be. Read guard doesn't implement partial eq. There's no real reason why it can't, I think. Maybe that's a thing we should do at this. Whoa, something is unhappy with me. Why can't read guard implement partial eq? I think it should. And in fact, I think this is something we should add. But we should not add that in this PR. So maybe this is another good modification for us to make, just not right now. So then we'll just go with the original assert is none. This can go away. Oh, I know why it's happening in a different thread. It's happening in a different thread because this will block forever because this guard exists. That's why. So this, no. So this actually needs to be is none. And then this needs to be, they had like drop writer this, which is fine. Well, I don't know why they assign it to, I think this can just be that. And now this is going to complain because I happen to use an arc here. I'm using an RC, so this isn't thread safe. Do I really want to make this whole thing not thread safe? I don't think so. I actually think I want to create a new little test suite for this. Tests simple. Let's call it simple. So that means this is going to go away from there. These I'm going to just undo so that this stays as simple as it, or it stays the way it was. Like so. And then here we're going to make value simply be an I32. It's not going to have this value registry. The value stuff is a thing I added to make it easier to write tests to check exactly what operations are applied, but you don't actually need those. So we can actually simplify this quite a lot. We just do this. So don't need the drop. Don't need the value registry. That can all go away. Don't need these. In fact, maybe I should just have it be counter. In fact, I already have a counter type, I think, that we can use here. Yeah, we can just take this one. So instead of all of this stuff, let's just use the one that's already the example for left, right? So we don't need all the docs here. And I think this is also a defaulted value. No, apparently not. Okay. And now we can write our little tests, which is a lot of this stuff down here can go away. We don't need all the value stuff anymore and the DQ and everything. 24. Okay. And then we don't need these helpers. And we can just do this. This will be the actual test case. This should now be thread safe. And we don't need the handles. Great. Yeah, re-entrance during drop. And if I now try to go back and undo this fix, and here set this to unreachable, that failed. Great. And then I think actually let's move test simple to test counter.rs. Okay, some spammer in the chat. let's get rid of that person. Goodbye. What do we want to... Let's just do that. Sure. Report. Goodbye. Hide user. Goodbye. Great. So now we have an actual test that catches this. So now we can add test counter. And we can check out test DQ so that we don't make any changes to that. And then here we can now commit this with... I'll retain this, and then I'll also do the... I'll also keep here the .patch. What? Have they changed that? This used to be a thing you could do. I need to do this, I think. And then .patch, because then I can do this. And then I can write, what was it? Co-authored by. And then I'll say here, it's possible for read handle enter to observe null even after an initial successful enter, specifically when right handle drop is running concurrently. So when C handle right handle drop is running concurrently. So the unreachable was a little too strong. And then I will also do actually replaces number 50, since I wanted to add a test and modify the comments, but the PR did not allow maintainer pushes. Push U origin reentrant. Like so. I think this. Ooh. Well, that's not happy. Why is that not happy? That made all the tests fail. This is the one where we skipped the call to wait on first publish. Why? Why indeed? Let's go down and look at one of these failures. Whoa. Panicked at read 59. What? Why would it fail there? This is what I mean by side effects of wait. So what else does wait do? Resizes last epochs, walks through epochs, loads from them. But that's all it does. So why? That's fascinating. Wait, it fails earlier, right? 449. Length is 0, but the index is 0. Oh, I see. Weight is the only thing that resizes last epochs. And so now that we no longer call wait in the first case, if you have a test where you only call publish exactly once, what you'll end up doing is you'll never resize last epochs, but you will hit this loop, which assumes that last epochs has every index that's in epochs. And so this just needs a resize. This just needs, and when this panics, that causes the other one. So if we now find fn wait, and we take this from there, we do this, like so. That needs to be on the other branch though, which is, oh no, oh no. Am I going to be allowed to push to this one? What do we think? So if I now do git diff, git stash, PR checkout 149. Okay. Git stash pop. Publish may not. Wait, may not have. Publish. Can I push now? This one I can push to. I don't know, man. Okay. Approve. This one fails just because of coverage, so that's fine. So this one we can merge. Confirm and merge. Great. So then I will go here and say, boop, in this guy, with 154. So close that one. Excellent. And now this should start to go green. Yep, this is green apart from the coverage. We can update this with a rebase to get sure we get the CI for the latest one. And then we can start to prep a release here. So this will be 11.8. We didn't make any breaking changes. We'll do a cargo update. Is there anything we're behind on? No, because we have basically no dependencies. Although, what is the latest loom? Is it still 07? Yeah, okay, great. Oh, then I need to refresh in order to see the approve button, which I don't know why GitHub hasn't fixed that issue yet. This has been a feature for a while. And then once this merges, we should be good to go. And then we'll open a, and then I also need to undo this because otherwise I break the check with the older Rust version. And now we twiddle our thumbs until all of those pass, which should be pretty fast. I really should figure out why coverage doesn't work. It might be something stupid. Is there a? I wonder what version of GitHub workflows coverage. Oh, why is this on the old style coverage? Because this has moved to 7 now, I think. Yeah, so that needs to move to 7. So we can actually fix that at the same time. So we'll do here, this will move to 7 with this commit. All right, now just coverage, which is fine. So we squash and merge like so. Excellent. And now we pull to get in that change. We cargo update. We undo this. Ah, great. And now we do release 011. What did I bump it to? Did I bump it to 7 or to 8? Cargo toml. Yes, great. 0.11.8. Release 11.8. So that we can check that CI is actually happy. Let us see. And now hopefully coverage should be green too. And then we'll tag and upload. Why not use something like cargo release? I could. The main reason there are a couple of reasons I don't. I don't like CI having the power to publish packages. Even though I know there's been a lot of work on making it secure, I don't like it. The other is I kind of like the ritual of it, of doing a release. It lets me, I don't know. There's just something where I'm like, yes, I've gone through the steps and agreed this should be a release. Cool. So let's go ahead and squash that. Boom. And then we'll go back to main, git pull, we'll tag, and then we will cargo publish and git push the tags. We'll go back here and we'll go released in 0.11.8. This one, and this one. Done. That can go away. That can go away. That can go away. And this is done. We can delete the branch. Something I learned recently, you can do git push -u your origin head to automatically push the remote with the same branch name you're using locally. Yeah, I know. It's neat. Excellent. So we did left, right. Good job, us. It only took us an hour and a half. So what do we want to do next? The sponsor of today's video and the first ever sponsor of the channel is Hudson River Trading. HRT is a quantitative trading firm using the latest advancements in machine learning, high-performance computing, and systems engineering to make trades in over 200 global markets. They pride themselves in having a deep engineering culture and a relentless focus on performance. HRT is primarily a C++ and Python shop, at least for now, but the kinds of things that draw people to Rust in the first place are exactly what they're facing daily, delving deep into the lowest levels of their hardware and software stack, including instruction set optimization and compiler tuning, all whilst meeting strict correctness requirements. They're hiring in offices across the globe right now, and if you're interested in joining, check out the link in the video description to learn more. What do we want to do next? Let's do HdrHistogram, because I see there's a bunch of things on there. And then maybe we'll do Inferno after that. So HdrHistogram is this one, this one, this one, this one, and this one. And are those the only ones? 5 of them? 5. Great. So what is HdrHistogram? So for those who are not aware, HdrHistogram is not a data structure that was invented by me. It was actually originally written for Java by Jill Teen, and then there's been ports to a bunch of different languages, and I happen to do the Rust port. It is a way to keep a histogram. So think like bin diagram where the x-axis is some unit you care about, like let's say the number of milliseconds it takes to process a request, and the y-axis is the number of times you've observed a given amount of time, right? So you can see things like, 100 requests took 5 milliseconds, 3 requests took 120 milliseconds, and so on. And you sort of bin those. And normally with a histogram, it's a little annoying because you need to set your lower and upper bound, and then you need to have you need to fix your bin size. So let's say you wanted to capture everything from requests taking 1 millisecond to a second. Or let's take the easy case, from 1 millisecond to 1,000 milliseconds, which I guess is to a second. But 1 millisecond to 1,000 milliseconds. Then you need to choose what resolution you want to have. So you could put it into 5 bins. So you would say any request that takes between 0 and 200 milliseconds, I'm going to count here. Anything between 200 and 400, I would count here, and so on. So you would keep 5 bins. And so this way, you're only really keeping 5 integers. But it also limits the resolution that you get for the histogram. So you can't tell out of the requests that end up in the 0 to 200 bucket, how many took 1 millisecond and how many took 200, because they're all grouped in the same way. And that's frustrating. So you might want finer grained buckets, but the more fine grained they are, the more buckets you need. So if you wanted millisecond precision, then you need 1,000 buckets. If you also wanted to capture like below microsecond, maybe more seconds, if you had really slow requests, then now you might need 10,000 buckets or 100,000 buckets. And all of that needs to be stored in memory, so it becomes pretty intensive. HdrHistogram is a high dynamic range histogram. So instead of the buckets being linear in size, like all the buckets are the same size, the buckets are, roughly speaking, logarithmically spaced. So if you have, let's say you wanted to span from, 1 microsecond to 10 seconds, instead of having what would that be, 10 million bins, you would instead have one bin that's, let's say, 1 to 10 microseconds, one that's 10 to 100 microseconds, one that's 100 to 1,000 microseconds, one that's 1 millisecond to 10 milliseconds, and so on. And those buckets are not the same size, right? The one that goes from 0 to 10 microseconds is only 10 microseconds long. The one from 10 to 100 is 90 microseconds long. And so they're not evenly spaced. And HdrHistogram basically has an algorithm for determining that logarithmic spacing such that it's still pretty fast to look up which bin a given latency you want to record goes into. And it doesn't just have to be latencies. It can be anything on the x-axis. But the intent is that you now get finer grained granularity across a wider spectrum of data without having to store something that's linear in the space you're trying to capture in. So super neat data structure, and the Rust version I think is pretty neat. And so let's see. So we have one unsound buffer initialization that should be pretty easy to fix from 2 weeks ago. Marshall Pierce is one of the other maintainers of that crate. Seems Marshall is on top of this one, has a PR that fixes this. The unsafe usage of V2 serializer was only worth maybe a 5% speedup, assuming it was correct, which it was not. Past me did not worry enough about unsafe. Let's go ahead and look and see what that fixes. Resize a lot of dummy bytes. Yeah, because resize, when you call resize, it resizes a vector, so it allocates more capacity for it, and then it has to go write zeros or whatever you pass as the value here into each of those slots. And that writing might actually be the majority of the time because the resize is actually pretty fast, but it leaves uninitialized memory in that space. So the unsafe function setLen that just lets you set the length of the vector to be equal to something that's greater than its current length, but less than or equal to its capacity, and just leave the stuff in between uninitialized under the assumption that you will initialize it by writing stuff into it. And so you don't necessarily want the zeros to be written because you're already going to write some other value. You're not allowed to leave those values just uninitialized because that's undefined behavior in Rust, to have values that are readable by safe code that don't have an initialized value. And so it looks like the original audit here was yeah, and code counts only writes up to total length, which might be less than the max size here, meaning the trailing capacity might be permanently uninitialized. And so therefore, serializing histogram triggers this, and this was seemingly found by Miri. Cool. So the fix here in this case is just be like, that optimization is not worth it. Let's just write the zeros. Although it is interesting because why are we even extending it to max size? Like, why not just extend it to total len instead? And here's another unsafe forget unchecked. This is probably trying to optimize the bounds check, but the bounds check should be gone because of this assertion anyway. So I don't think that should be a problem. And this is the same. And then forbid unsafe. Let's get rid of the annotations. Okay, I mean, this seems fine, but I am confused about why we even do this. And why this is in parentheses. He also said that there was a failing coverage. Rate limit reached. Like the last release of HdrHistogram was 3 years ago, which is not because it's unmaintained, it's because it's just hasn't really needed updates since. I think I need to update the coverage settings, that's fine. But I'm confused why this shouldn't be total, shouldn't simply be total len. I want to extend the slice all the way to max size when we're only ever writing len into it. Oh, I think I know why. It's because we don't know the total len until we've done the encoding. And the encoding needs to write into a buffer that it needs a safe allocation into. That's why. So you have no way to know total len here because you compute it based on counts len, and counts len is only computable after you've given it a slice to write into. So that's why. This seems fine to me. Don't worry too much about the coverage. I think that's a repo-wide thing I need to fix. Proof. Cool. Squash and merge. Confirm. Okay, so that fixes this one. So we'll have to do a release. That's easy enough. This one. A feature that adds single pass value at percentiles, value at quantiles batch API. This is definitely this looks like something Claude wrote, but I could be wrong. Value at quantiles. Okay, so there's an API on HdrHistograms that lets you ask what is the 95th percentile value, for example. So the 95th percentile value would be the value that 95% of your recorded samples are below. So for example, the median is the 50th percentile. So 50% of your values are below the median. That's what median means. But that way you can also compute things like 95th percentile, 99th percentile, 99.9th percentile, and so on. And currently the API for this is there's a method called value at percentile where you give in a percentile and it gives you back the value there. The way that works is it basically walks all of the bins accumulating the count and then figures out where to stop based on the total count. So think of something like, you know, the histogram keeps track of, I have 1,000 values in my map or in my structure. And so it will start at the lowest value, the lowest bin, and it will add however many elements are in that bin to a counter. If that counter at the end of the bin is now more than or equal to the percentile that was if the count that we have so far divided by the total count is more than or equal to the percentile that was requested, then you return that the edge value of that bin. Otherwise, you go to the next bin, you include that in the count, and now you check how many percentile you're up to now. You keep walking up there until you've reached a point where now you've gone over the percentile they asked for, and now you know that's the value at which that percentile was hit. And the observation here is like, what if you have multiple percentiles? Like you want to get the 50th, the 75th, the 90th, the 95th, the 99th. Each time you're starting the counting from the first bin. So rather than do that, why don't we have a thing where you can pass in multiple percentiles, get all the percentiles out, and you can do it all in a single pass. So it's a really good insight. Get the values at several quantiles in a single pass over the histogram, and they presumably also have a percentile. Yep. So the difference between a quantile and a percentile is that the percentiles are, you pass in the value 95, and that implies 95%. The quantile is you passed in 0.95, right? Because 95 divided by 100. So values at percentiles is just slightly more easy to understand for humans, but it's the same thing. It's a little sad that it has to be a vector, though. In fact, I wonder whether the interface to this should be an iterator. Because currently we need to collect into this vec, and in fact, any caller that wants to use this data structure would need to have all of the quantiles or percentiles they wanted in something that's contiguous in memory in order to call into this, which isn't really necessary, right? The only thing that's necessary is that they are in sorted order. So imagine they have it, for example, in a B-tree set or something, then they would need to collect it into a vec and then pass it to this API. If we took an iterator, that would be that would probably be better, and then we would just have to enforce that they are in sorted order. And that's the part that's maybe annoying. Let's see. So there's returns of vec. Can you return an iterator over the buckets with their cumulative quantile? So in theory, we could write this as a generator, except that Rust doesn't have generators yet, is the problem. So because then you could, for each thing in the iterator you got in, you produce a value in the iterator, but then you're basically implementing iterator over another iterator. And we could totally have that be the interface, but then it wouldn't be a function in this way. If it is to be a function, it basically needs to be a generator function, which we don't have in Rust today. But that would be a really neat way to do this. In the absence of that, the return value here will end up being a vector. The question is whether we should require that the input is a vector. But let's first check that it's correct and then debate the interface here. So it returns a vec64 with one entry per input quantile in the same order as quantiles. Input order is preserved even if quantiles is unsorted or contains duplicates. Each entry is exactly what value quantile would return for that quantile, but the counts array is scanned only once, regardless of how many quantiles are requested, which is faster than n separate calls for n greater than 1. So this is actually something we could pretty easily write a quick check for, that these two are equivalent. Edge behavior matches valued quantile. Yeah, see, so it basically what it does is it reads in all the quantiles into a vector and then it sorts that vector. Down here. In fact, it does this, it creates 3 different vectors, which feels very unnecessary given that this so HdrHistogram tries to be pretty fast. And doing 3 allocations here feels like it shouldn't be necessary. Per quantile target cumulative count. Yeah, so we basically turn the quantiles into counts by multiplying them by the total count of elements we have. We cap at 1. We round up. And we ensure we count at least 1 element. This could just be a clamp. And then we resolve them in ascending order. So 1 scan satisfies all of them. I think these are integers, so this could just be a sort. I don't know why they're using sort by. This reads very weird. Why is this n comparison after the allocation? Oh, because it returns a vector. Okay, and then we hoist the next target into a local so the hot loop stays tight. Per crossing bookkeeping runs only when a threshold is actually reached. Total to current index. So this is how many have we counted past. And then it keeps track of what the next target count is. So that's the next thing in the order. We loop over the counts. Yeah, so the counts here are the bins. Track the bin. If it's above the next target, then that value is what we should return there. And then we need to write out we need to turn that value into the actual boundaries of that bin. And then we move on to the next position in the quantiles array. If we hit all of them, we can return. If total to current is plus the next target. This is written very strangely. I don't think this actually needs to be a separate vector. I think you can just compute the target count directly here when you update it. Like, I totally buy that this is useful. I don't buy that this implementation is a good one. It's also... This is one of the things that I think is difficult with difficult with LLMs is like this code to me reads like it's LLM code. And you can see it in like some things as like referring to things as rules, or like the M dash in the comment here is like pretty uncommon. Even I don't do that, and I love M dashes. And like this kind of articulation. And the reason it matters here is not because I wouldn't accept something coming from an LLM, but it makes it difficult for me to figure out whether I should tell the author here what changes I would like to see, or whether I should just do it myself. I see. And then they have, do we have quick check in here? Oh, wait, no, that's the wrong project. This should be, oh yeah, we ported, did we write HdrHistogram on stream? I guess maybe we did. That's fun. I've forgotten all the things we've done on stream, which is kind of funny. That's interesting. That's a shame that we don't have prop tests in here, because this feels like a pretty good candidate. Batch, and it's actually, yeah. Batch value must return exactly what the singular value would have done for every edge. Unsorted plus duplicate inputs, an empty histogram. So we create a histogram. We record a bunch of, I guess, semi-random values. Like, this is a half% twister random number generator? Why not just use a random number generator? This is another example of something I'm like, who writes this? Like, what human writes this? Edge value quantiles. To the length is the same. And check that for each one it's the same as what value a quantile would have given you. Same thing for percentile. Yeah, okay. This test here is fine, I suppose. But I'm tempted to try to write a better version of this. So let's go ahead and do PR checkout. The other thing that's missing here is actually value at quantile. In fact, if you are trying to compute multiple percentiles, prefer value at percentiles. Multiple. There we go. All right. In fact, let's make these. Nope. Value at percentiles. Value at quantiles. I can't spell. Oh, sorry, Jack. Yeah. All right, let's see what we can do about this. So I think I want to change the contract here a little. So we could make this return. We could take an iterator and return an iterator and say something like, we stop iterating if no longer in order, or if we hit a duplicate. I don't know if that's a nicer interface. I think it is. The other thing I want to check is, so Rust has a from fn iterator, from fn, which takes an fn mute. I think we might be able to write this as an fn mute. I think so. Let's see what happens. So if we make this impl iterator, in fact impl into iterator, item is f64, and then we'll return something that's impl iterator, item is u64. And we'll do the same for value at percentiles. And then this can now be percentiles.intoIter .map like so. And then here returns an iterator for input quantile in the same order as quantiles, but stops early if a quantile is not strictly greater than the previous. i.e. Provide quantiles in ascending order without duplicates. And then we'll put the same down here for like so. Okay. And now what we want is we can get rid of this. We can say that target is going to be a closure that moves in total count. you give in a Q, and it gives you back Q dot clamp between 0 and 1. And clamp allows the edge values, I think, right? Q is in F64. Yep. So we clamp it from 0 to 1, multiply it by total count, take the ceiling, and then we clamp, and we take that whole thing, and we do max of that and 1. And so this is normal, not normalizes, but clamps to 0 to 1.0, minimum count of 1. We don't need to do the sorting because we assume that from the input. Yeah, we could do the same as binary search and just say that the values the returned stuff might just make no sense if it's not in order. That is maybe a better interface. Let's see how it feels when we write it. This whole thing we can go away. We do need to keep track of the total to current index. We don't need to keep track of the position. But we do need to keep track of so quantiles is going to be quantiles.intoIter.map target count of Q. That's going to be targets. And then we are going to do mute counter. This is where it would be a lot easier if we had generator functions here, because we're basically going to sort of semi-hand roll the generator function. But what I want is an iterator over self counts. Counts. And I think it needs to be enumerated because I think I need the index as well. Actually, why? Oh yeah, because you need it for value 4. Great. And then now we do std iter from fn to return an iterator here. And it is going to move all these things in there. And then it's going to be mutating these, and that's sort of going to be the state of the closure. It's going to mutate them as each time it runs, which is why it's going to be an fn mute, but that's fine because from fn allows it to be an fn mute. And so what do we want from this? It needs to return an option, which is fine. It returns none when there's no longer anything to return. So then we say let next target is targets.next with a question mark. So if there's no next target, there's nothing to search for, and so we return. And then we will then loop here. This is going to continue the loop I and count is counts.next. So we will keep taking from this iterator. So we have this iterator, we're trying to iterate over all the bins, right? I'm going to store that iterator here outside the closure so that it gets shared between each time the closure is invoked. And this will just continue that iterator from wherever it left off last. And so we'll take out the I and the count. This remains, right? That is plus equals that count. And then this remains. So if that is greater than or equal to the next target, then of quantiles. So we actually need to keep actually we can do this. So this will actually be quantiles. So next quantile is quantiles.next. And then we don't even need that to be a function because we can just call it here and say next target is here, next quantile. Right? And then now here, let's make this a comment so that we actually get formatting here because this is getting annoying. And it's going to be upset that I don't return anything. So let's just say none for now, just so the errors go away. Why does it... the total count. So you see how we get an error here. It might be hard to read. Let me run it here. It says hidden type for impl iterator captures lifetime that does not appear in its bounds. And in particular, I believe the problem here is this closure that we return is not allowed, at least here, we don't say anything about it borrowing from self, but it will borrow from self, right? Because the iterator here is borrowing from self.counts here. And so we need to make it clear that this is actually borrowing from self. There's a couple of ways to do that. One of them is, and this is the one that is in the newest Rust version, is to do use. So we'll do tick A, use tick A. And so this is one way to do it. And that will be right, but it will only work with versions of Rust that support the use keyword. So HdrHistogram tries to support older versions of Rust, but this will make it no longer do that, which is a little sad. Yeah, let's see if we want to keep that or not. The other thing is use needs to, when you use use, you need to explicitly mention all the type parameters that you use, which includes, where's my, this file is way too long. The HdrHistogram type is also generic over T. And so we're going to have to say that this also uses T. What else is it complaining about? Oh, and I also captured the iterator. Fine. This will be the iterator. Where I is this. Because I need to say that this also captures I and T. And now it's happy. So, right. So now we can finally, in peace here, go, if we've passed the target, then we can do this bit, which is we get the value at that index that we just passed. Why is this a loop? This is a loop because this is to handle duplicates correctly. So that's why this is a loop, because if you have duplicates, this wants you to keep returning the same value. And so I suppose we could do the same thing, but I think we just want to ignore duplicates. I think we here want to say, yeah, so this is where, so we would need to keep previous quantile is none. And then here we would need to say previous quantile is equal to some next quantile. And then here we would say if next quantile is sum and the previous quantile and the previous quantile is greater than or equal to the next quantile, then that means they're not in sorted order or there are duplicates, then return none. We could alternatively just peek the iterator. That is true. So we can make this a peekable iterator and then just look forward. It's effectively the same thing. It would mean we don't need to store this, I suppose. So we could say here peekable and then say if quantiles.peek. But it's kind of annoying because you still want to return the value for this quantile. You only really want to error on the next one. And so you would need to peek back, which isn't a thing. So I don't think we want to return none if the next one is invalid. I guess we would do it here, right? When you're about to return. So if quantiles.peek.isSum and next quantile is less than this, can just, I don't know why these have to be next. These can just be called that. If next is less than or equal to quantile, then no, it's the same problem, right? We still want to return sum for the one that was valid. So I don't think this works. I don't think it can be a peekable. I think it actually needs to be this. But I do want to make this just read quantile and this to read just target. Duplicate or not in sorted order, so stop iterating. Right. So now that we have that, we need to do this bit. This is something that comes from the highest value thing we already have. So sorry, not the highest value one. The value at quantile that we already have is this rule that if the quantile is 0, we use the lowest equivalent of the bin, so the low value of the bin, rather than the high value of the bin, right? Because every bin has a left edge and a right edge. So we do let result is if quantile is 0, then this. And then we here return some result. And if we get to the end, and we still have a quantile, then what do we do? I think this one just returns the value, but I'm curious to see what the original one does. So if we go to value at quantile, yeah, so see how similar our code now looks to this one? But otherwise it returns 0. Why does it otherwise return 0? I mean, I guess we will mirror that then. So this will be sum 0 match value at quantile. Let's see how that does. Ooh. Hidden type. Oh, this is for the percentile version. It needs to do this. It needs to look the same. So it needs to have the same here. Percentile, percentiles. Oh, percentiles. And now it doesn't need to have a must use anymore. And ooh. Ah, I suppose this is, yeah, this can be this in by ref. So by ref is a thing you can do on iterators to say, so normally when you do for something in and then you give it an iterator, the for consumes the iterator. Whereas this one's saying don't consume the iterator, instead consume the iterator by reference, which I think is equivalent to us doing this. Yeah, that way we don't need it to be a while. And it is also unhappy about something else. Oh, a lot of elided lifetimes. That is true. I should arguably fix that. But these are all in pre-existing code. And now it complains because... Wait, why does it need a compiler? Oh, cargo update. It's probably a very old lock file. Let's see this. I'd write it just with while current total is less than the current total required for this quantile. Then advanced quantiles then return after the loop. Duplicates would work automatically. Yeah, that's true. So we could sort of flip this on its head. So instead of iterating through these, you turn this into a while less than. And then you only you increment this after realizing it's less than. Is that nicer? I don't know whether that's nicer. Oh, why is it unhappy? Oh, right. These test data access is empty won't work because these are now iterators. So the singular would in input order with the same handling of corner cases. RNG, don't I already have rand in there? I already have rand in there. just random mod this. +1. Right? Like why make this? There was even already rand there. Great. And now this is no longer going to be out of order. (1.5) minus 0.5, just to see what happens. No, because minus 0.5 is going to be clamped to this one, so that won't work. So we're going to do this. Iter. In fact, into iter, because it's an array. Dot copy. And in fact, now we can do collect here. Like so. And then this now can be 0, 50, 99, 99.99, 100, and 150. Iter.copied. In fact, this also can be iter.copied. And then we'll do collect. Oh, it's still gonna complain down here. This assert eq this count is 0. Great. We should just pass in quantiles. Actually, that's what we can do up here. We don't even need this. We can do this. And then we can do the same here. And this is going to be EU64. Don't need to be. And this fails down here too. Let's do dot collect there as well. And now these should pass. Let's hope so. Oh, fails. Because quantile 1 at 579. Ooh. Because I can imagine it actually failing because the lengths aren't the same. But that's not what's failing. Right, because 1.5 is going to be turned into 1.0, and that's going to be a duplicate. So why is it different? That is interesting indeed. Although we can, as someone suggested in chat, flip this one around so that it actually handles duplicates correctly, which we would do by... Oh. Which we would do by having this say it would be a little ugly actually, because then we would need to reread this inside the loop, which makes me a little sad. Oh, actually no, we would not. We would simply say, I see what we do. We would do this. While we're less than the target, then add the bin, and do counts.next. And if counts.next.is none, no, that's not right either. We would say count is counts.next. Else we would return some 0. Right, that's the thing we've landed on here, which I think is incorrect. It doesn't sound right to me, but okay. Then count here now is this. Because we need the I. We need to keep track of the I is going to be the annoying part. So we're going to have to say let mute at count I is 0. At count I is I. And then here we would say, so now we're basically in that if, so then we can do this. And now I think duplicates should work. And now this can also change and say if the previous one is greater, then we stop. I should also only run the one I actually care about running, which is data access. Data access. There we go. It'd be for the case where you want the iterators to be the same length, give the wrong values for unsorted input. Into iterator on arrays is hidden by old Rust additions. Yeah, I mean, I forget what we've set the Rust addition for in HdrHistogram. It's 2018, so I think this one's okay. Great. I think I like that a lot better. I do also want to push a cargo update actually to HdrHistogram, but we should do that separately. Okay, we also need to update the docs here a little bit because it stops early if a quantile is not greater than or equal to the previous, i.e. provide quantiles in ascending order. And then we have to do the same here, not greater than or equal to. And also our data access test now can have duplicates. So this can be minus 0.5 and 1.5. Just minus 50, some duplicates. See that still does the thing. Great. Yeah, there's a lot of tidying that should happen in this repo. Maybe someone wants to be great and go through and tidy up all the lints we now have. So if we look at this, I want to add source lib and test data access. Rewrite as iterator without allocations. You can't ever return the same result, right? What if two quantities should be in the same bucket? I think that's fine, right? you would just compute the same result again. Because if I read the next quantile and it's the same quantile as the one I just computed, then this, I won't enter this at all because this was already met for the previous one. And the target hasn't changed because the quantile is the same. So I go here, at count I has not changed. So this value is the same. So this value is the same. This value sets it to the same value. And so I return the same result. And so it correctly returns the same result if the quantile is the same. So I think this correctly handles duplicates. So let's do this, see if we can push. Excellent. Okay. So back here, took the liberty to update this directly with a 0 allocation version that instead just is it to the caller to ensure that the values are in sorted order and simply truncates the return if they are not. The other thing is HdrHistogram does have a changelog, and so we need to make sure we actually add to the changelog here. That return 0 should be dead code. This. It corresponds to the case where you iterated all the buckets and haven't found the total you need yet, which should be impossible because of the clamp. Yes, that is true. Do I want to make it unreachable? Unreachable because target is clamped to total count. So by the time we last bin must make this false, right? When you get to the last bin is returned from here. That count must bring total to current index to be equal to total count. And since target is at most total count, the two must now be equal, which means this is not the case, which means you don't go in here, which means you must land here. I buy that. Well, the compiler does not. For an empty histogram, it's not true. Because the total count is 0, so you don't even enter this. That's what this is for. So, except in the case where the histogram is empty. Return some 0. And then we can also do an assert eq self.total count is 0. There we go. Great. So we will add source lib explain some 0 case. Right, and then we also need to change the changelog to say added HdrHistogram value at quantiles and value at percentiles for faster lookup of multiple percentiles. And this is in PR 138. And then now this is unhappy because of that. So we'll do an update with rebase. This one we've already merged, so that should be fine. This one should now run. And then we should be able to merge it. Yeah, here's another thing that makes me think this is LLMs. You wouldn't put 7.2x in here because the x depends on the number of values you look up. So this is just an arbitrary number. Cool. Refresh so that I can hit approve. And then I also want to reset hard, go back to main, git pull. Once we've merged this, I want to do an MR that bumps all of the dependencies in this project. Or at least the cargo lock. We don't actually need to bump the major, so maybe we should do that too. And then I want to add batch. Yeah, this stuff is all unnecessary. I can go there. Felipe at redis.com, but also Ollie at codeperf.io. I'm confused. Which email do they actually have? Also redis.com, is Redis using HdrHistogram? Because that's pretty fun if they are. Oh, really? Why does that hide the CI results? Come on. Cool, so that one we'll leave baking in the background. Let's go look at this thing. Chunked skip scan and value at quantile supersedes 139. What is 139? Ah, this is 139. So they opened a PR that they then decided to get rid of because the other one is faster. Okay, so we can ignore this one. It's handy, one fewer PRs. Replaces the value at quantile prefix sum scan with a chunked skip scan. The old loop added one count and branched on the running total for every element. Yes. This sums a fixed size chunk at a time, a reduction with no early exit that auto vectorizes, and skips the whole chunk while its subtotal cannot reach a target. Only the single crossing chunk is walked element by element. I see. So instead of counting one bin at a time, you count 8 bins at a time, because that way you can use vectorized ops. Counter non-negative, so a chunk whose subtotal cannot reach the target needs no crossing element. Yep, that's fine. Okay, yeah, that's this is definitely LLM. It's like, that's not even a question. Who calls it a white box parity test? Comparing the chunk scan to a linear reference. Okay, that feels like maybe even more tests than we would want here, but let's take a look. Is this done yet? What's taking so long? Oh yeah, okay. The macOS build. Okay, skip the test for now. I want to see the actual change. Okay, so instead of walking the bins, we are now walking... I see the finish is just, that's this bit, that's fine. So we walk the chunks, we sum the chunk, and if we've passed the count, then we walk the chunk bits one by one to figure out exactly where we crossed. Otherwise, we just skip the chunk entirely. And the tail is for if we don't evenly divide 8, then we have to walk the remaining counts one by one. Yeah, and this is unreachable, I agree. The comment says that this point is never reached, followed by an unreachable with the same argument. Yeah, I buy that that's faster. Basically gives you SIMD over the counts. But why? This is not a useful test. This is just copy paste of the old code to see that the new code is the same. But we already have tested the test that this function does the right thing. So this test file I just don't want. It's not necessary. The existing test already covered that this is correct. So we will kill those. That's easy enough. This is done yet. 164. I'm comfortable merging this. These are not going to fail if the others failed. We've made no. We have introduced use actually, so the 164 build might fail. Maybe even will fail. I think it will fail because I don't think we had use yet in 164. So then the question becomes, are we willing to bump the minimum supported Rust version here? There you go. Wait, it also... Yeah, okay. Because it fails to even parse the file. Okay. Cargo MSR... No. Cargo MSRV... Find minimum of 168.0. And I want to use check. Just going to do a binary search here to find basically where am I allowed to start using use. 182. Rust 1.82. When did Rust 1.82 come out? It came out in 2024. I'm okay with bumping that. Workflow checks MSRV 1.84. It is like, it does make me a little sad because there's no real reason to do this because there is a workaround we could do here that is technically backwards compatible. At the same time, I do think it's also like a almost 2 year old Rust release. I'm okay with bumping to if you want to have the latest version of this. Because I don't want to... This is a case where I would have to make the code a lot uglier in order to not break old Rust versions. The alternative is there's a crate called Rust version that lets you have this where you can say conditional compilation as of Rust version something, but it adds a build step to your thing, which I don't think we currently have. We don't currently have a build RS. So this will be use of use. Wait, it should be 182. So someone in chat suggested instead of using use, you can just use plus tick A. The problem with plus tick A is it's wrong. It does sometimes or usually work, but it is actually incorrect. Especially this has to do with variance. You're basically making the tick A here invariant. The actual thing is you introduce a trait called captures and you do this, but that's not I don't want to do it. This is an example of something where I don't think you should bump the minimum supported Rust version for arbitrary things. I think you should only bump it if it requires that you hold back the ergonomics of working on the development of the crate significantly. And I think this is an example of that. Pump MSRV for use of use. Note that this also bumps MSRV to 1.84 from 1.82 from 1.64 since we make use of use syntax, which also means I need to change the changelog. That 138 bumps MSRV to 1.82. That doesn't seem right. What is supposedly the last commit here? ED5. Oh no, that is right. Okay, git push. Cool. So now that's just gonna go run again if we make it to run again. And then we can go check out this one. So then git pull, check out 140. Chunked scan. So here I want to git rm source tests value at quantile scan and sort tests value at quantile scan. Remove unnecessary. Remove. I don't even know what to call these tests. Unwarranted parity tests. And in fact, let's we already have tests that cover value at quantile and friends, so no need to also check that the implementation equal to a copy pasted version of the old one. Paranoid non-regression tests, yeah. Unslopify, maybe. And then the other thing I want to do is, well, obviously I want to change the changelog to say here that HdrHistogram value at quantile and value at percentile now use vectorized operations so that they should be significantly faster on larger histograms. This was number 150. Sorry, number 140. Change by entry. And then for the actual implementation, I think I also want at quantile. So chunks at a time can be done with SIMD. SIMD until we detect a chunk that passes the target, in which case we walk. Only then do we walk the chunk bin by bin. Why is Clippy unhappy? Consider using as chunks instead. Why? Returns arrays instead of slices. Sure. As chunks. So chunks is now, it's a slice of arrays of length 8 followed by a slice. Sure. So this is chunks and tail. And then this. And this is not going to be remainder anymore. This is going to be tail. Twitter. Sure. If scan chunk does not perfectly divide the number of bins, handle the leftovers. Oh, some bins in chunks. There we go. And then this just to make it more readable. The comment can go away. Great. Simplify and Clippy and better comments. Great. Now can I merge this? SSEI passed. Oh, AsChunks was stabilized in 188. Yeah, I would have to, wouldn't I? That's okay. Squash and merge with this description and this. Squash and merge. This is the other reason, actually, why I suspect, or at this point I think I know, that it was written by an LLM, is that a human would not have caught. They would have run Clippy and went, oh, I should use AsChunks, change it to AsChunks, and then not have noticed that that would break CI for the Rust version in question. So let's do here. Main git pull this, git merge main. Edit the changelog because it's going to be cool. Um, 1.88 chunks. And at this point, I think we should also set Rust version is 1.88. Yeah, someone said that in chat too, because at this point we do actually require that version of Rust in order to be compiled. Previously it wasn't set because it was the reason we only supported 164 was actually not because of code in this crate, but code in dependencies. And so then the Rust version and so if we had set Rust version equals 164, we're actually lying because it's supported, I think, down to 157 or something. But you wouldn't be able to build because all the dependencies required that you upgraded. But it wasn't our crate really that was the problem. Now it is. And so now I think it is appropriate to set Rust version. Bump and set MSRV for as chunks. And then I think actually we need to update this. This release bumps it to 1.88 because it uses a few newer Rust features like use and as chunks. Iterate on MSRV note in changelog. Bush. Okay, so that one's merged, this one's merged, this one is now gonna run and then be merged, and then there's nothing else for this. Let's check if we have any other pull requests that are relevant. Bump clap, I don't think I care about that. Unrecord, no. Bunch of old issues that we're not gonna deal with right now. Cool. And so then we'll go to main, we'll pull, and we'll do a cargo update. See, this is the other thing is like now, the other thing that bothers me about setting Rust version in cargo toml is when you run cargo update, the default behavior in cargo is to update dependencies only to ones that support 188. But I'm actually willing to have my cargo lock have a newer version of Rust in there, have newer dependencies, and then bump the MSRV in the CI job to be a newer version of Rust for the purposes of CI. But well, because I'd rather know that I'm running on an older version of a dependency. But we will find out what that actually leads to. Okay, this. Yeah, the 188 passed, so now I'm pretty happy to just merge this one. Chunk skip scan invalid quantile. That goes away rather than the atom branch on every counts element. Empty. I'm going to do that in here so that I get my little nice line wrapping and such. On every counts element bin, sum a fixed size chunk of bins at a time, so that the compiler can do factorization. This is often significantly faster. 150 observes, no, 140 observes. Counting the bins one at a time. Like so. Also bumps MSRV to 1.88 in order to use as chunks. Much shorter commit message, but still means the same thing. I'm guessing this is someone watching the stream. This comment is somewhat inaccurate. We just iterate in chunks, and that allows. Yeah. Okay. Fine. 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 Keeping me honest. What? Cindy. In chunks that they can be such that the operation can be auto-vectorized by the compiler. Until we detect a chunk. There we go. Yeah, chat is getting in my PR comments. It's good. It's good. I don't mind it. Technically correct is the best kind. Resolve. Confirm and merge. Great. So now we have this. We'll go back to main. I'll git pull bump CI. So this is git remote add CI. So I have a repository where I keep my CI config. And so from basically every repo I have, I will merge that CI repo into here so that when I make modifications to my CI config, it brings in like all of the various dependencies, all of the various changes from those CI changes, so that I can do this merge CI, and now I'm bringing in all the latest improvements I've made to my CI setup into this repo, and it's Git, so I actually get to do a merge. I get merge conflicts and all that good stuff. So I can remove this because it's not used. I can remove that. Let's look at check what has changed here. I do indeed want my version. I want my version. Semver. So confused about this part. What did I change here? I do want this instead of that. Hack is moved is why. So there hack was up here. Now Semver is up here. Simmer doesn't need to run on nightly, but it was also running a doc pass with config docs.rs, and that one I already have here. So these bits can just go away. And then this should indeed change this way. And then should change to be this. So we have that. And then we want to check scheduled, what's changed there. Yep, I do indeed want that version. So I've started using the actual hashes for all my GitHub actions rather than just the version number, because that way I can actually control when they get updated. If you specify something like v6 here, in theory, your CI job can change under you, right? Someone could push to that repo under that branch or that tag, and now your job immediately picks up their change. Whereas if it's pinned to commit, it will only happen when dependapot runs, which I'm more comfortable with at least. So I'm guessing a bunch of them are here. Those conflicts, easy to fix, easy to fix. Don't need OpenSSL, so that can go away. I don't keep the comment. This stays the same. Why did I remove all features from this? For bench private, yes. So indeed, I do not want all features. So that can go away. But I do want to keep the record the Rust version. Commit. Now, the one thing that's important when you do this is that when you merge, bump CI repository files. When you merge these, you have to not squash. You have to do an actual merge because otherwise you break the Git history and so merges won't work in the future. You'll see this brings in a bunch of other contributors that are people who contributed to the CI, which like is maybe weird, but is what I want to happen. So here specifically, this needs to be a merge commit, but we'll wait for CI to pass there, hopefully. And then afterwards, we'll do one where we bump all the dependencies, and then we'll do the actual release. This is why like the open source maintenance takes a while, right? Like we're only on repository 2 for the day, and we started 3 hours ago. So it's like we're averaging about an hour and 45 minutes per repository. And it's not like there were lots of issues in either of them, right? Chat is a real LLM. It's true. Great. So we should now hopefully get this in soon. We'll go back to main and pull. And we'll fork. We don't need to fork off that yet. You also don't technically need to merge it with the merge commit because there already is a merge commit. And so you can instead just do git reset --hard bump CI. So now you'll see this is at that same merge. And so I can just git push to main. But that's only because I'm the maintainer, right? So instead of merging this way, I can just merge by pushing the merge commit I already have in this MR. And the only reason I open it as a PR is to actually see CI run and see that it's all green. But I don't actually need to merge it through this. The other advantage of this is that I can now fork off of this and start working on some other branch, and it will actually be forked off of the correct commit that will actually land. Bump deps cargo update. And actually now we can we could also upgrade the edition actually, because we moved to 188, and I forget what version that was. Rust 2024 was released as 185. So given we're now already at 188, we can move to Rust 2024 straight away. In fact, but I want to bump the dependencies first, I think. So you'll see there'll be some dependencies here where we don't actually get the latest version because we're behind on the majors. But luckily, I think we can fix, verbose. So serialization here, this should be fine to bump. The nom bump is probably annoying. And the rand bump, I think, is probably okay. Rand is only a dev dependency, but it will be slight. Actually, these updates are something I found LLMs really useful for. Is like, I just tell it, hey, update to the latest versions of these, but go check the changelog for what you actually need to change. And they tend to do it really well. This is like a super annoying mechanical job where LLMs are actually super useful. In fact, maybe let's try that. Might be a good thing to stick in here. I do want this to land first, though. Just make sure I haven't broken anything. I will land the bumping the dependency separately, though. Maybe not. Maybe I will just make that be one PR that bumps the cargo lock and then updates the dependencies and then updates the addition all in a row. I think we will do that. We should also fix the clippy lints. Why is coverage broken? Coverage is broken because I haven't updated CI conf. I haven't merged. Ugh, really? Okay, so workflows, test, coverage. This is still using the wrong version there. So let's cd dot minor rust ci git pull github workflow test coverage. So this, no. Where's my coverage job? This we need to bump to code cov actions. Surprised actually the dependabot has not picked up on this yet. So diff upgrade code cov to 0.000. Push that to rust ci conf, and then I will actually, this one's easy to redo, go back to main. Actually, I'll go back to bump ci. I will reset that. This is where JJ would be really nice, because now in order to merge, I want my history to be nice. I don't want a second merge commit because that's kind of stupid. So I will actually reset hard to origin main. Then I will fetch CI. Then I will merge CI. Then I will do this, and then we have to fix up these again. This one stays. That one goes away. This one stays. Right, what had to change here? Nothing. This can just go away. This does need to be this, and it needs to be quoted. But otherwise, that's the correct one. And what's the last one scheduled? That one's easy. Commit, git push, force release. So that should fix coverage. But what happened to the, what I wanted to see was, did this one ultimately pass? It passed everything except coverage. And I guess minimal versions hasn't finished yet. And minimal versions might not pass. That's fine. So now I'm okay. I'm okay just merging that pump CI. So now this should have that one. Yep. Git push. Okay. So now we can go back to bump deps. We can do a cargo update. We can do a git commit update all the things. Origin bump deps, and then we'll start a new PR. This one's now marked as merged because I pushed the merge commit directly to main. That's just incorrect. Why is that? What's happening? Try again. There we go. So we'll create the pull request so that we can start to get CI running. And then I want cargo check. Does cargo check have a fix? I didn't think so. A lot of the stuff is like in things that is a little bit annoying. but okay. So now we just need to wait for LSP to be happy. Here, so this says use max. That's easy. This says use max. Will cargo fix actually do this for me? Oh, right. I think it will. Will it do all of them? Yeah, so this masks the lifetime from there. This is fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Same thing. These are all just masked lifetimes. This changed in like a very long ago Rust version. What does cargo check say now? What does cargo clippy say now? Cargo clippy fix. Fine. Cargo fix. Cargo clippy fix. Nope. Cargo diff. Read exact. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Okay. Prefix. Now I want. Oh, it's mad at interval log mod because of the indentation. Interval log mod. Here. I am also mad about that. Thanks, Clippy. That's not pedantic, that's just correct. Great. Lib. This should be max. This should be max. That feels like something it could have changed for me. Should be max. Should be max. And deserializer 167. Check that all the tests will pass. They should. There's something that failed to give me warnings here in the tests too. So this is actually more clippy fixes. And then I want cargo fix all targets. Ooh. Why was it not happy about that? Test data access 453. What do you mean it's never oh. This indeed feels like there's a thing missing. That should assert something. I don't know what it should assert, but it should assert 4228. Sure. Okay, what else do we have? Example CLI. Max. I see. These fields are never read because the debug is not considered enough. But the debug might be printed by main, presumably. Yeah, the debug is the only reason we need these fields. So I can do of unit type. Consider changing the field to be of unit type to suppress this warning while preserving the field numbering or remove the field. No. Wait, unless... Yeah, because serialize returns one of those. That gets bubbled at the main, which unwraps them. So they need to exist. Great. Lints in tests. Okay, and then we want cargo fix -- addition. Why did it only move? Oh, it only moves one addition at a time. That's fine. Okay, I think we need to... We need to figure out what to do about these benches. '21 edition. Cargo Clippy. I like using expect rather than allow for lints. Yeah, that's true. Expect. Isn't that the reason I thought allow here is because technically it shouldn't even be surfaced as dead code because we do actually print out the debug representation here. So in theory, Rust could realize that is true, but then I guess we should remove the lint. Isn't dead, it's printed. Yeah. And now the question is what to do about all these benchmarks, because there's a bunch of benchmarks in HdrHistogram that uses the bench support that existed in older versions of Rust. This has been like completely, this is a nightly only thing that I think they're even planning to remove. I think that's fine. I think we're just going to keep that. So now if we look at cargo update, there's no updates except there are major updates. And so here's what I now want. I now want to bump all of those to the latest version. Some of them I think will be pretty easy, like base64. Some of them, like the nom upgrade, is probably actually going to be pretty annoying. What I'll do is I'll push this first so that makes it out the way. Why is coverage broken? Oh, I need to add a token to this. That's fine. I'll do that separately. Don't want to do that on stream because I don't want to leak my tokens. So here's what I want to do here. I'm going to go ahead and say, hey, Claude, bump the major version of each dependency of this Rust crate listed in cargo update -- verbose. For each upgrade, for each dependency, do the upgrade separately for each dependency, and make sure you read the changelog for the crate in question to see exactly what changed and what you need to do to match the newer major version. Make a commit for each upgrade using commit writer before proceeding to the next crate to upgrade. Next dependency. And then in theory that can run in the background. Oh, I need to stop cargo format all, because the fixed things don't know to format. Try again. Okay, so that can now be happy, run in the background. And then once it's done, we add to the changelog, and then we can actually issue a new release of HdrHistogram. Cool. So now this can just keep ticking on in the background. Yes, that's fine. And we will, in the meantime, go to our notifications to see what there is next. So rust-imap is a kind of interesting one because rust-imap is a crate that I have effectively abandoned. The reason for this is basically I don't use it myself anymore. I know that it needs some pretty major re-architecting. Like, it's not async at the moment, and I think it basically needs to be. And I simply don't have the time to put into it to make it what it needs to be. And so there's a thread, the maintenance suggestions thread, where it's basically a thread about who can take over ownership for this. I've tried to pass along ownership of it for a while unsuccessfully. And in the meantime, there's like a bunch of different upgrades and stuff that are just pending. Like, someone needs to pick them up. And arguably, I think the way to move forward with rust-imap is just for someone to write a new implementation and then just sort of import it into the same repo, or we rename the repo and then they take over the crate, issue a new major version that is effectively just a different crate. But actually doing that handover is non-trivial. So what I'll do is I'll open each of the rust-imap things, and then many of them we will just close out. And then I'll reply to the maintenance thread. So like this one, for example, I'm just going to mark as done. This is command injection. Yeah, I mean, there's a bunch of things like this. This is a very, very long. Okay. So I guess this is, yeah, so someone has basically posted an example of something that allows you to inject commands into IMAP operations because they're not sufficiently sanitized or validated, which I think is true. I mean, rust-imap was never really written under the assumption that you would have untrusted inputs into the commands, but it is true that if you do, it doesn't really guard you against it very well. There are fixes to this, but again, the whole point of saying someone else needs to take over this crate is that I will not be maintaining it. So I'll mark that as done. I'll mark this as done. This is IMAP memory exhaustion. Yeah, I mean, it should be fixed, but I don't care. This is the problem of abandoning a crate, right? It's like there are many other things too where I'm like, I know this needs to be fixed, but I cannot be the one to fix them. Let's just check if this, yes, that's fine. Right, so Soywood is actually one of the people who have contributed to this crate in the past, and who's one of the people who might take over maintenance of it. They've basically built their own Rust crate that implements IMAP and does async, and they use it in an application and everything. So it's a pretty good candidate. A lot of the discussion that's happened on this issue is basically they've described the way they've implemented that crate. And I think what I wrote somewhere, let me see if I can find, yeah, so for a while the delay was like they weren't ready to open source that crate for whatever reason. And then there was a discussion about like the way it was implemented and everything. And I think what I wrote somewhere was up here. Yeah, and what I've written here too, right, is that, so I've already added 2 people as maintainers of the crate on GitHub, but they don't have publishing privileges yet. So instead, that's sort of the last thing that I hold back, right? Is like, you can't publish under this name until we have decided the path forward, but you can go like now contributing to the GitHub and everything because I am not maintaining it. Yeah, and then part of the debate here is like, how should this be implemented? So we had some exchanges over email too, where I was basically like, I don't think the way they've implemented their replacement crate is the way I would have re-implemented it. But I think I also wrote like, that should not be the blocker, right? Like, think of this as, I've looked at the way you want to do it. That's not how I would have done it, but I am also not the maintainer. So I should not be a blocker for if you want to do it this way. Like, I would much rather someone take over the IMAP crate name and bring it back to life than that we now have two crates, one of which is abandoned, but has the sort of standard name. And so I think that's basically where we've landed here. Let's see. So I finally released IO IMAP. It sits on top of the IMAP types and IMAP codec. Exposes 3 APIs, IO free coroutines, a stud client, and a full stud client. Yeah, so the sans IO approach is the one that I'm skeptical of, but they've found it to be good. It's almost in production in a CLI and a TUI, a mail synchronizer, a mailbox watcher. It's more complex and verbose, but usually you won't face it because it's hidden behind the client. It is true, like what Sans.io does is basically you implement the whole state machine of the protocol and all the parsing and stuff, but you don't actually implement any of the IO. So you don't implement interaction with TCP or with TLS, like all of that stuff you leave to the callers. And then those are like basically think of it as implementers of read and write are sort of passed down the whole stack. Here, Jack. You can leave. Bye. Sorry, a cat needed to leave. So you pass the read and write down through the stack, and then the sort of the state machine and the protocol implementations, like the parsers and stuff, are all like, you can think of it as generic over the IO type. And so then you have a client that then sort of instantiates the coroutines or these parsers and protocol implementations with concrete implementations of IO, like TLS or like TCP. And so, yeah, I guess they're basically saying it's sad that it would be split. And that was never my intent. My intent was that if you have a way you want to maintain it going forward, then please maintain it that way. Like, I don't want to be in the way of doing that. It was just giving sort of my my opinions on that design. It was not intended to be blocking. So let's make that clear. To get back to you. That the design is working out. Certainly a good indicator might be a decent path forwards. As I wrote above, please don't let my preferences around implementation in the way of unifying the crates here. I'm perfectly happy for you to basically delete all the code in this repository and replace with your implementation under the crate name of IMAP, as long as there's a new major version. There's a new major version. And ideally a migration guide. I'll also then hand over privileges on crates.io for the IMAP name once you feel like you're way to do that switch over, because then a bunch of current users of IMAP will come knocking. Nope. What overhead does that incur if you swap out I/O types and APIs with different memory models? It's not with different memory models. It's that you basically make the entire implementation generic over the I/O, or have like they're coroutines. So basically, they operate over. There's monads, if you will, over the I/O. Monads. They're not quite monads, but kind of monads. So they you instantiate them with an I/O, and then they do their I/O through that. And so the overhead is more that you have to construct the state machine entirely without the I/O parts, which tends to mean more buffering, more allocations, more keeping things temporarily. Because if you have the I/O things like hard coded in your code paths, like you have a TCP thing. When you want to write something out, you just write it directly to TCP. Here, you kind of need to store the things that you will write to the I/O when you have one, so that like when drive is called on the state machine, then you write out the things because only then do you have the I/O. And so there is more of that sort of the sort of intermediate steps that you end up having to implement. And the API also, as a result, ends up more complicated. And the implementation ends up more complicated. Now, as Soywood points out here as well, correctly, the API for end users doesn't necessarily get more complicated, because you can implement a crate that wraps the Sans.io crate such that it has an API that just uses TCP and TLS. And then under the hood, you have to manage all that complexity. But the outer interface can be a relatively standard IMAP interface, like a synchronous or asynchronous one. And so it's more that it introduces sort of cognitive and performance overhead. It's not the fact that it's a bad design, right? Because it does buy you something, which is this ability to abstract over the I/O mechanism, such that it can be not just TCP or TLS, but also things like async or not async. You basically take the whole driving of the I/O part away from the implementation of the protocols and the data formats. Cool. Replied. Nothing more to do on IMAP. Let's now see how Claude is doing. Oh no. Normally auto mode is better at this. Oh, that's because I don't have sandbox on. Sandbox with auto allow. Thank you. And I will let that run in the background. So this is going to keep updating all the things. It's still unhappy about coverage. I guess let me see if I'm able to fix coverage without HdrHistogram Rust. Without leaking the token, because that is the question. Actually, I wonder, is that token already there? Secrets, dependabot. Yeah, so that's missing. So, and this is still, branch is still named master. No, branch is named main. Main. Yeah, see, I wanted to not show that token, which I can do by doing this, so you can't see it. Closing this, to new repository secret, and then also doing this in a different window so you can't see it. Sorry, folks. Regenerate this token so the old one is no longer valid. And then putting that into this to here and into, where else does it need to go? It needs to go into actions, repository secrets, and here. And so now if I go back here, you'll see there is now a CodeCov token. And so in theory, I'm currently stealing my credentials. Yeah, I know, right? Hopefully I prevented that from being the case. And so now I think if I try to rerun this one, I'll have to wait for this guy to finish. Why is that? Something makes this one really slow, which makes me think that there's some dependency where there's like a performance problem in one of the dependencies that we happen to hit in this test. And so it's not that we don't work, it's that if you have the minimal reversions of things, then this particular flow is really slow, which I think is okay. But I can't kick off the coverage job again until this job either succeeds or fails. So I guess I will kill it. Cancel. And then once that's killed, I can start the other one. All right, how's this doing? Yeah, that's fine. Allow reading from NOM. Yeah, so this is what I was expecting, right? For basic, yes, for base 64, it's really just a simple version bump because we're not using very much of the base 64's APIs. The interface there that we use is very, very limited. Isn't the Dependabot secret just from PRs from Dependabot, not from normal PRs? Don't you need it as an action secret? Yes, so I added it for both. You're just trying to get me to show you the secrets. Here, I'll show you, but I will first kick off this one, rerun, failed jobs. Rerun. So if I go back to here now and go to secrets, you'll see there's a Dependabot secret right there, but there's also an action secret right there. So now maybe coverage will now be happy. We'll find out. And then we will see how this is progressing. Rand is the biggest surface. It is used a lot, but most of them should be pretty simple, I think. Yeah, it's mostly renames, I think, in Rand. I run Claude directly on the prod server. No, it really depends on the task. For this kind of stuff, I've found the sandbox is okay. But you know, the risk goes up every day, right? Because the chance of poisoning attacks goes up and the sophistication of the poisoning attacks go up. But in general, the sandboxing seems to be pretty okay. The problem is the auto-allow, right? It's like if you auto-allow things to escape the sandbox, well, then the sandbox isn't doing that much. But at the same time, without the auto-allow, it can be extremely painful to not have to like approve things all the time. But for like bigger jobs and stuff, I will run it like basically in a VM or in a container. I didn't press show secret, so that's why the test is slow. I think you're right. I think you're totally right. Were you ever curious about feeding the IMAP crate to Claude? Make this async, don't make mistake, make code reviewers cheer. I have thought about it. The problem is I think it's such a substantial rework that you would basically just throw away the existing, you would throw away the entire existing code base. I don't think you would reuse it. I don't know if I'm being unnecessarily paranoid, but I don't trust the AI companies at all. I don't trust their built-in security stuff to even be sound. Yes and no, right? So the sandboxing is basically just using something like bubble wrap. So it's basically enforcing it's creating a little jail for the process effectively for what things it's allowed to read and write and what network requests is allowed to do and that sort of stuff. So the sandboxing is actually pretty decent. The problem is the auto allow, right? So if the process has the ability to say, run this command outside of the sandbox without prompting, that kind of ruins things. Although interestingly enough, I'm not sure I follow why it still keeps prompting me. Because this should be caught by the sandbox already. I think it's maybe because I enabled the sandbox after I kicked off the work. Yeah, that's fine. Because in general, I've found that this kind of like approving lots of small like prompt that are just read only and there's no reason to really prompt, like this is the kind of thing that makes you not pay attention as well to the things that you're approving and therefore makes your security worse. I would much rather it prompt me less often such that I actually look at the things that it prompts me with in more detail. I can press switch tab to switch to auto, but I want it to be in plan mode because I want it to be planning. Hence the problem. But what model am I? Oh, I know the problem. Why am I using Sonnet 5? That's not... Because I've also found Sonnet to be much worse at issuing commands that aren't silly. I'm going to actually stop this one. I'm going to switch the model to Fable. Plan mode. Sandbox. Yes. And then try that again. Because the prompting makes it so much slower. And Fable is a lot better at planning. I mean, Opus is too. But Sonnet is not very good at that. Don't ask him for Gary update. Don't ask for index creates IO. So I've found Fable to be better at using the tools such that I don't have to hit yes as much for like randomly generated bash scripts. I've not tried Sol, no. I'm only really using Claude. I'm not. I haven't worked much with Codex, for example, at all. There we go. See, this is a much more reasonable way to approach it rather than try to pull them out of the cargo registry that's locally on my computer. Just like fetch them directly from the GitHub page of each repository and then boom. And then you see the auto mode classifier is a lot happier about letting things just sort of pass through. Cool. Now we got code coverage. Report is 55 commits behind head on main. That doesn't sound right. Oh, it's the CI things? I'm confused about why it claims we're behind. I suppose actually I could merge this and then have the major changes in separate commits, but I don't think I care. I think I want the major ones. But yeah, we'll see. It'll be interesting actually to see how annoying these changes end up being, because my experience in general has been that catching up with major bumps and crates like this is a lot of like, look up the changelog, look up exactly what changed, look at what I have, change the syntax slightly here and there and here and there and here and there to match up, and then run cargo check and cargo test and then find whether it works and then do it again and do it again and do it again. And it's like extremely annoying manual labor that can just like can usually just happen in the background while I'm doing the other things. And so this has at least traditionally been things that I basically, it just saves me time. Let's see what we have here. Yep, those are indeed the updates. So update each dependency separately. It is very important though to review the plans because often they make very little sense. Adapting the code to each new major per its changelog with 1 commit per upgrade. All other dependencies are already at the latest majors. Yep. Base64 should be trivial because, yeah, basically nothing. Nom 7 to 8 is substantial because, oh, combinators, right. I forgot about this. So nom, which is the parser generator crate, moved from a sort of functional syntax where you have these combinators functions, and now those have gone away, and instead there's a trait called parser, so that you move from this is the old style, to this, which is the new style. And so you basically need to like walk anywhere you use any kind of nom combinator and make this change. And you also, the input mechanisms change. And so it's like still a mechanical change, but a really annoying one. So yeah, mechanical change is expected. Shouldn't be too bad, I think, except for the fact that it's mechanical, but not trivial with sed. And then rand 08 to 010 is mostly a bunch of renames. Small RNG goes away, that's fine. Yeah, this seems totally fine. Num, we only really use num in serialization. So that should be fine. Yep. In order of increased risk, so we'll do base64, then random nom. That seems reasonable. We'll use cargo add, not technically necessary, but it's something I put in my cargo toml because it tends to get confused about which version to put in there because it doesn't always pick the latest one. And so cargo add just does that more reasonably. Adapt the code per the changelog, letting the compiler drives the exact renames. Verify that everything works. Yes, except I don't want with all features. So that is something I need to tell it. All features won't work since that enables nightly only things. But let's do this and see if that works. You will need to use cargo plus nightly test in order for all features to be usable. Yeah, mechanical but not regex friendly is perfect for agents. It's like agent food. It seems like a good use of a Claude workflow. Yeah, I think this kind of like upgrade the majors is something that you could pretty easily turn into a pretty standardized workflow that you just have a well-defined prompt for. What terminal and desktop environment are you using? This is what am I using now? It's a good question. Oh, let me just approve this first. Let me check what it made down here. Yes, and use auto mode. So right now, I'm using Sway for the actual desktop environment and window management. And then I have like drun for as a launcher. And I'm decently happy with that. Terminal is Alacrity. I'm running tmux in there with the fish shell. So nothing has changed in my setup there. I'm generally fairly negative on AI, not because the tech is inherently bad, though there is some issues, but the main problem is most people just turn off their brain while using it. I think that's very true. At the same time, I also think one of the best uses for like the agentic coding agents is for work where if you did it manually, you'd kind of turn your brain off anyway, like this kind of like major dependency bumps, where if I did this manually, it would be a similar, like, very mechanical affair where it would just become sort of rote repetition, and I wouldn't really be looking that carefully at every change anyway. So I'd actually rather have this run in the background, me do something else, like talking to you about other things, and then review the result to see that, okay, now I can look at the result and actually focus on them and see whether this looks reasonable. Makes me feel better to see John using AI. There's a decent level of guilt behind it for me sometimes. You know, I don't feel guilty at all about using AI for things where I feel like it's an appropriate use, right? Like, again, this kind of mechanical change, for example, or there's some amount of like, turning PDFs of specs into initial implementations. Like, there are a bunch of those kinds of things where they can be extremely useful. I've also found them very useful for debugging. I think they're really good at finding bugs, not so good at fixing them, but really good at debugging. I also found them decently good at like exploring new code bases and helping me ask questions about how things fit together. They can really speed you up there, or from gathering like domain context that I don't have. Like if I'm reading the source code for a crate where, I know Rust pretty well, but I don't necessarily know the domain of the crate very well. And so I can use its general knowledge to like augment my understanding of the Rust code that I'm reading. So there's a bunch of those kinds of things where I think it works really well. And I don't think there's any reason really to sort of feel shame about using it in that way. Code review too, it can work pretty well, although it usually is not sufficient, but it is a useful step. It can also be a really useful first step before you use humans' time to review. Like one of the things that I've seen, especially at work actually, is it's really useful if people go through the sort of automated code review or AI-based code review before I go review it, because otherwise I will go through and leave like 50 comments, which takes a lot of time. If they instead do like 45 of those, the AI can find and point out to them and they can fix them before it reaches sort of my desk. That's way better for me. It's a way better use of my time to read through and not have to comment on all the nits. And so for that kind of thing, also, I think it's super useful. It's when you start using it for like the sort of turn your brain off for something where your brain really needed to be on, where it gets frustrating, or where it becomes sort of low effort PR contributions. Like some of the ones we looked at earlier today, right? Where the observation was correct, right? That this could be made better. The feature request, if you will, was a good one. The implementation was not wrong, but it's just not what I would have wanted, and I feel like if you think through it a little bit, that's not really the way to expose it. That's not really the way to implement it. That's certainly not the way to test it for some of the like parity tests that was in there. And the PR description write-up was like not super useful, very verbose. And for those kinds of things, that is where I would have some amount of like, I guess shame is the right word, where I'm like, do one step better than that. Like think about, if you're the receiving end of this, was this the best you could provide for me to then review? And I think the answer to that is no. That doesn't mean that it would be better if you did nothing, because I'm very glad they send those contributions and send those identifications. That's great, right? Like now HdrHistogram is better as a result. But the way you do it matters, right? It matters that you didn't go that extra step. Maybe it would actually have been better if you just like filed an issue that said, hey, can you make this change? Rather than the auto-generated change that I basically had to rewrite manually anyway. But I don't think there should be a sort of unanimous like AI is bad for everything and never always something you should be ashamed of. I simply don't think is true. Do you think junior devs are cooked because of AI? Like, is there hope? I don't think they're cooked at all. I think as I mentioned, there's a bunch of things they're good at. There's also a bunch of things they're really bad at. And where I think you need to have like an understanding of like how these things fit together, about what you're trying to accomplish, what the end user's goal is, what your future goal is for this code base. I also find that LLMs make a bunch of mistakes where they try to replicate patterns even when the patterns are not necessarily appropriate. There's also a bunch of places where there are no existing patterns to necessarily map well onto your code base. And so I just don't think the engineering job is going away. I do think that there are many engineering tasks that would be reduced. I also think there are some engineering tasks that will go away. And so if your job is only those tasks, then yes, it will be a problem. Like, you know, if you run, I don't know, a business that builds custom WordPress templates, I think you're in for a bad time. The company might be in for a good time, but you as an individual developer doing that development, I think AI basically does that job. And so it's not clear that that is a, that you're in like a safe work environment, that your position is safe. But for a lot of the like back-end software engineering, like distributed systems, concurrency, safety critical systems, financial systems, like I just don't think that it replaces the engineers. And then people will just accept the result as it's perfect unless it's instantly errors. It's really a problem with computers being math machines that rarely make mistakes to normal people. I do think that people have a sort of instinct for if it's done by a computer, it's probably right, that no longer holds in the face of AI. I think that's less of a problem for engineers, maybe more so for engineers that are newer to engineering, but certainly for experienced engineers, I don't think they tend to believe what computers say just because they say it, because we're so used to computers making mistakes if we're programmers, right? The guilt for me is the ethics. Licensed open source code is basically ignored by all of the AI companies, and we all know they're just using scraped open source code. So I'm actually less concerned about this, certainly for programming, because the reason I put my code out in public is not because I want to claim ownership of it. And if other people learn from it, that only makes me happy, right? And if the LLMs are trained on it, well, okay, that just means that I now get a tool that's better suited for how I think code should be written because my code is represented in what it does. So I have much less of a concern there. Yeah, they're also really bad at designing abstractions and removing code. It's true. I hate AI discourse, just the worst opinions flying around. I mean, that is the other problem. I think as a society, I don't think we've figured out how to even talk about AI because there are very strong opinions on both sides of the debate. And there's not, it doesn't feel like there's a whole lot of room for nuance. And I think that's really unfortunate because I think the nuance is where the reality lies. Okay. Let's see. So it's done. All three major bumps are done, each in its own commit. Cargo update dry run verbose now reports nothing held back. Base64 only used the engine API, which is unchanged. Rand did a bunch of renames. And the now fallible. Now fallible uniform new that we call expect on. That's fine because rand is a dev dependency. We only use it in tests anyway. The removed smaller ng our cargo feature was dropped. In rand variant, I collapsed the 9 hand unrolled uniform new entries into std array from fn rather than repeating expect 9 times, preserving the historical quirk that the 9-byte range excludes U64 max. What? We have to look at that. That looks weird. Upgrade to nom 8. Parse rate migration turned out smaller than the changelog suggests. Only true combinators need the new form. Leaf one still return callable closures. Replace the deprecated is digit with ASCII digit. And we got rid of minimal lexical. Cargo add inserted explicit base64 and nom dep nom feature entries, which are removed to keep the implicit feature style consistent. Yes, I don't think we care about maintaining that, but let's go look. So let's first start in cargo toml. So in cargo toml, I do actually want these to just enable the depths. But I don't think that matters here because we don't, it's not the case that we want a feature by the same name. Although we can opt into that because there's no real downside to it. Okay. Flate nom. But I want nom to be, I want these to be fully specified versions, because otherwise we might accidentally update prep 364. What? Fine. Lock base 64. So 0221 nom should be 800. It's just in case we accidentally are now relying on something that came in like 801 of nom, for example, then our minimal versions check would break. And rand is 0102. Should arguably do the same for the other dependencies too. Okay, so add cargo toml, make minimal versions explicit. Right, let's go ahead and go back and show -p, no, get log -p, and see what we got. So let's go back far enough to, that's rand. Where's the first one? Here. Base64. We only use the engine API, which is unchanged. So we move to 022. That's all. Cool. That's easy. For rand, yeah. Small RNG now becomes make RNG. It's fine. Didn't really matter. There was small RNG in the first place anyway. But we need to look at this rand varint stuff. Okay, so this we fixed. This is changed to make RNG. That's fine. That can stay that way. Make RNG, make RNG, make RNG, make RNG. Uniform new is now fallible. But we just use expect, which is fine because this is in tests anyway. So that all seems like a fairly mechanical change. More make, gen range to random range, that seems fine. So here we had several hard-coded ranges that have now changed into I see. Byte length is I+1. Yeah, so that's going to be this guy. So smallest is that one, largest is that one. Night byte ranges upper bound is U64 max, so +1 would overflow. Give the historical behavior excluding U64 itself rather than switching to new inclusive. You see here, for 9, we don't add +1. That's fine. But it feels like we should, it does feel like new inclusive is better because new that's really what this is trying to do, right? Is this is trying to make it inclusive of the largest number. And it just happens that for U64 max that you don't plus 1. So I think we should just move this to new inclusive, and that way a lot of this comment can go away. Range of peaks is uniform from 0 to 9. Okay, that seems fine. Okay. Okay. These all seem pretty reasonable. Great. Okay, and then the last change is the nom change. Dependency tree shrinks, that's nice. We now do the mechanical change to parse. And ASCII is digit. Technically this one can be simplified slightly, but that's fine. So let's then do in a new commit move to uniform new inclusive for the 9 byte arrays. And then I think we'll want cargo format, we'll want a cargo clippy pass, I think, because some things there didn't look quite right to me. But now we got to just have that happen in the background rather than that would actually have been a pretty annoying thing that like would have taken an hour in the background. Yeah, exactly. So here, this now simplified to just be new inclusive, which is what the old thing was trying to capture. Chat is going on about AI, but they're going on with each other. Okay, so show-p, include U64 max in random number variables. Great. Now let's just see that that still passes. It does. Let's check that there's no cargo update to apply. There shouldn't be. We can remove session.md. We can cargo format all. We can cargo clippy. All targets. It's probably not happy about all targets. Can we make it fix those? Let's make it fix those. Why did it not fix the max value things? Like, why is max value to max not an auto fix? Sometimes set is all you need. There's another one. I64 max value and I64 min value. What else do we got? Okay. I suppose I could have just matched anything here, but U min max. I see a U16 up there too. Yeah. Of course. Source resolution interval log tests line 261. Thank you, Clippy. and then it is unhappy about some other things. Tests, test iterators. I agree, I don't like that at all. Okay, get those away from me. Oh, nightly. Night, I can't spell. Nightly. Test serialization 58. And interval log 326. Great. Format all. Bunch of clippy things, okay. Let's run the test suite just to make sure nothing silly happened. Excellent. Git commit cargo clippy all targets. Git push. This is the other thing I think is important, is that when you use AR for some of these things, like leave Claude as a co-author. Make it very clear that that part of the change was made by an LLM, because that way it's also clear to someone looking through, I did these ones, the AI did these ones. I think it actually matters. Cool. So once this is done, I think we're in a pretty good place. I think then we can finally do the HdrHistogram release. And then I think we'll probably end the stream there. So we only actually got through 2 crates. Well, 3 if you count IMAP. I wanted to also get through Inferno, but I don't think there's too much there. Let's look real quick. Maybe we'll get that out of the way too. It's only 3 for Inferno, I think. Why are there a bunch more now for HdrHistogram? Oh no. Oh no. Right. I forgot I sorted oldest to newest, and so now there's a bunch of newest comments on the ones that we just landed. I guess we should tidy those up at the end too. So the release here, that's fine. This is already addressed. So now, because HdrHistogram hadn't had a commit for like 3 years, Dependabot wasn't running, and so therefore it wasn't proposing updates. But now it is proposing updates, right? So it's trying to bump nom, which we've already done. It's trying to bump a couple of GitHub actions, which I'm fine with. So we can actually land these. That'd be fine. The nom one is going to go away though the moment we land this PR. I don't want to land these until that lands, because I'd rather them be rebased on top. And then we have, I'm assuming these are comments from you all. Here the quantile changes, but the previous quantile stays the same. Yeah, that's a good point. It is true that technically we could start returning some after returning none. I don't think it matters, as you point out as well, because the contract for iterators is once you call none, there should be no assumption that anything that comes after that is valid. I guess we can, we could fuse the iterator. Alternatively, we could just override. Actually, it's also kind of reasonable, right? That if you have something that's invalid, we return none. If the next thing is then valid again, I'm okay with us continuing to return the same thing. Yeah, as you say, since the contract for iterator beyond that you don't cause UB, which we don't. In fact, arguably, it is more useful that the iterator returns to a usable state after it returns none for an out of order quantile. This is also interesting because this is the kind of thing that I think an LLM review of this PR might have caught. Okay, so we can mark that as done. Took me long enough. More updates coming in 142 plus 140 and what were the other ones? 138 and 140. Great. Yeah, then we'll look at Inferno in a second. I don't want to context switch to it quite yet. Ah, so there is one more Inferno one that needs to go over here. Oh, it's unhappy with something. Semmerchecks is unhappy. Oh, it thinks we needed to bump to a new major version. Feature has been removed. The feature base64 nom flake 2 and crossbeam channel. That's fine. These it is true that those are technically gone because so in older Rust version, I can close this. In older Rust versions, when you didn't have this, any optional dependency, like here flake 2 for example is optional, any optional dependency automatically became a feature that consumers could, in theory, enable. It's not just these, it's also any optional dependency. Once we made this change, then now technically those features, those sort of implied features go away. And so someone could, in their cargo toml, have a dependency on our crate where they write features equals flake 2. It is possible, in which case we will now be breaking them by issuing this new release. But if they do, I don't think this is actually part of the contract, like this, the sort of implied features here. So I'm okay with this particular breakage. Okay, and then patch. These shouldn't, minimal versions is probably just going to keep hanging. Yeah. It does make me slightly upset that minimal versions now just hangs, because that's going to be annoying for CI going forward too. Test sync no drop. So that is using sync histogram, which does use crossbeam channel. So I wonder if the way to fix this is actually yeah, so it's probably using a pretty old crossbeam channel. So crossbeam channel. So if I do cargo nightly update minimal versions, then what version of crossbeam channel do I get? 050. So interesting. I wonder, that supports Rust version 160. So I think we just bump crossbeam channel to 0516 and see if that fixes the CI here. Because it's specifically in the sync tests which use crossbeam channel. So I'm going to try that. I'm I'm gonna do crossband channel 0.5. We do 15, right? Like, because 16 was just released. Oh, 14, 13, and 12 were yanked. 0.0 is not yanked, but it kind of feels like it should. It's probably, I don't know why 5.1 would be yanked. 5.15 is over a year ago. So what changed in 5.16? I'm inclined to say 5.15 so that we don't force people to update to the latest, because some people like to have an update policy where they only update to things that were released at least 3 weeks ago or something for supply chain security reasons. But let's go ahead and see what in Crossbeam channel changed. Support for Rust analyzer auto completion and make never constant. So those don't matter to us. So let's go ahead and try 0.5.15. Cargo update. Git diff. Try to fix minimal versions. Let's see if that makes things more happy. Chat is having an extended discussion of AI and how it relates to Clippy. LSP improvements inside the macro do sound nice in general. I was melding at that with Tokyo. Yeah, it's true. LSP improvements for macros are very, very useful. It's more, it doesn't matter to us for this change because, first of all, we don't even use that macro from the channel stuff in this crate. And so I don't really want to mandate that people upgrade to at least that version of Crossbeam channel just because they wanted to update their HdrHistogram. Like technically this could be a lower version. It's just, this is just to make minimal versions happy. So in fact, if I pull that up here, I'm curious to see whether that does the right thing. And then in fact, we can actually do the release in this PR too. I think maybe that's what I'll do. So we'll do, we'll go look at cargo toml and we'll say this is going to be 760. So I'm going to issue a new minor release, not a patch, because we're bumping the Rust edition, the minimum supported Rust version, and the major of a bunch of dependencies. So this feels like it warrants a minor here. And we're adding a new external feature, which is the value at quantiles and value at percentiles. So now if I go to the changelog, I also need to do this. This is going to be 0. No. This is going to be 7.6.0, released 2026, 07/18. Nothing was removed. Yeah, so it's 3 years since the last release. But the crate is still alive. Actually, 7.5. So we're actually missing links for 7.5.3 and 7.5.4. So this should be 3.4.6.0. So this should be 2 to 3. This should be 3 to 4. This should be 4 to 6. And this should be 6 to head. Why not major if the minimum supported Rust version increased? So I don't consider bumping the minimum supported Rust version as a major change to a crate. I think that puts too much strain on the consumers of the crate, because for most consumers, there's nothing they need to do. All they have to do is like run cargo update and things will just work. If I make this a major change, it means that no one will get these updates, including like the vectorization updates that speed up value at percentile, unless they change to 8 point something, which is just unnecessary. I don't generally consider bumping the MSRV to be major enough to warrant a breaking change. Cool. So git commit a release as 7.6.0. Minimal version is passed. I was right. It was in Crossbeam channel. Excellent. And then here, actually, did it say it wanted major or did it say it wanted minor? Yeah, major. Okay, that's fine. So now we will do edit release 7.6.0 with all of the updates. So not 6.0 with the various things already listed in the changelog, plus cargo update, 2024 edition, base 64 nom and rand updated to latest major, rust and clippy lints fixed. What else did we do? And coverage fixed. Technically that was fixed elsewhere, but it's fine. If this fails, I'll be very upset. It really should not. This releases. Okay, so now we just did that one, and then we can squash this. I don't actually care about maintaining all the individual commits here, I think. Maybe I do, because we do have these in here that are kind of handy to keep separate if we ever need to do regression testing. Yeah, I think I'm going to make this a merge commit. I like keeping history. Come on, macOS runner. I believe in you. You can do it. Do you believe in the macOS runners? It's been running for 6 minutes. Come on. Even the Windows runner is finished. Windows runner finished in 1 minute. macOS, what are you doing? What are you doing? You're just compiling the last crate? What does that even mean? There we go. All right. Come on. Come on, be green. Be green. Be green. Yes. That looks promising. Haha. Okay, green. It's green except for Semver, which is fine. So now we merge this one. No. Oh, commit message is wrong. The commit message is wrong. That's fine. That's just the merge message. It does have the... That's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. But the OCD in me is very upset. Okay, so then we go back here. We run this script, which I really should open source somewhere. And then we do gc main. No. Git tag -dv7.6. I lied. I need to first pull on main, then tag, then cargo publish and git push tags. Yes, that's fine. What? 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 I didn't. Okay, let's go ahead and undo that one. Git reset hard to 37E33B0. No. I want to see where we forked off. Yeah, we forked off at bump CI. Okay. Reset hard bump CI. Push force with lease. Undo the merge. Undo the merge. Undo. Okay. Yes, yes, I know. I have said this is not allowed, and yet here I am being unwilling. Allow force push. Specifically, John. Because John can be trusted. Use passkey. Push it. What? Yeah, bypassed. Great. Now we go back here. What do you mean no one should be allowed to force push? Whoever needed to do that. There we go. Whew, it's safe again. Oh, I was worried there for a second. Git push. Back to my pull request. This one, which is now going to be bump depths. This one, new pull request. This one is now going to be called this, because I don't think there's a way to reopen this one now. So it's going to be this one. It's going to have this as the description. And then it's going to mulligan on this one. You saw nothing. You saw nothing. And there's no reason to believe this would fail now, right? We can just merge this. We can just merge this. We can just merge this. It's fine. And I will choose not to add a bunch of details to this. No, I'll add it. Fine. Fine. Confirm. It'll just be the semver check. Yeah, that's fine. So as I was saying, now that we've merged this PR with no problems whatsoever, we can go back to main. We can delete the erroneous tag I made. And now we can tag, and then we can cargo publish and git push tags. And now, let's see how this does. Oh, this is queued because I've probably been running too many CI jobs. Ah. But see, now Dependabot is starting to close its PRs because we've already done the updates. Well, this is the other maintainer of HdrHistogram. Release of this last commit to this project was 3 years ago, so not sure I'd say I have plenty of time for it, but luckily it also seems to be in a pretty stable state. I'm regularly going in and gardening it either. Like collecting until it makes sense to. Also doing this on stream, so say hi. Great. So this one's now closed, we can ignore it. This one's now merged, so now we can merge these guys. Although I am going to tell dependency to rebase all of them. Aha, now they're running, great. It's okay, John, you can swear, we've grown. Yeah, so Semmer is unhappy, but that's okay. The only reason I haven't hit enter on this yet is just I want to see the CI be green on main before I push the tag and actually upload. Although if macOS is the only one left, then I'll leave that to be. So depending on rebasing, this should now all turn green, at least in theory. Come on. And then on these, we'll also put released in 7.6.0. We won't post it yet because technically it's not released yet, is it? But it shall be so. Do you have your own skills in Claude? I do have some Claude skills. Like I have one for writing commit messages, for example, that I'm decently happy with. I have one for technical writing. I also have some that I use for, so if you look at AVDL, for example, which we also built on stream, you'll see that there's workflow prompts. Some of these are pretty good for changelog, for writing changelogs and stuff. And also for iterating on this particular code base in such a way that it keeps getting better. So some of this was actually in the stream we did on AVDL. I talked through how we arrived at this particular prompt loop. So I have some that are project specific and then some that are more broadly used. Like they're basically in my standard config. So if you look at configs, don't know how many of these I've actually checked in of the skill. I don't think I've checked in any of the skills yet because I still need to do some tuning of them before they'll be useful to other people than me. But it's on my list. Okay, I just want like one of the actual Linux test suites to complete. Don't know. Well, how is minimal versions of Windows finished before Linux has? What is this? I just want just one of you. Come on. I wonder if it's the linker. I wonder if like linking the test suite for this just happens to be really slow. I want to hit the button. Then dependabot is now happily rebasing. The other thing that's nice is dependabot, you remember how we changed the CI so that it's now tagging commits instead of versions? Dependabot understands that format. So you'll see it will update the version in the comment of the tag, but then also actually update the commit to the thing that points to that tag. So that gets preserved even though dependabot updates them. Oh, yeah, now we have green. We have green. Okay, now I'm fine hitting enter on this. So now this should upload. Yeah, setting up mold would probably speed up CI quite a bit, it's true. At least for some crates. For others, it doesn't really matter. But it would also make the CI more complicated, and there are a bunch of projects for where doesn't really matter. Okay, so this comment can be posted, this comment can be posted, this comment can be posted, and these I can close, this I can close, this I can close. And now I suppose technically it's these where I'd be shocked if any of these actually failed CI, but we will let them run through. So we'll put those in the background. And then I wasn't going to do Inferno, but I guess we'll look at Inferno real quick. So Inferno is the port of FlameGraph to Rust. It's being used in Cargo FlameGraph, for example, to render those like FlameGraph looking SVG files for performance information. One of these is adding documentation to the crate. The crate is not really built to be super usable for like programmatic access, a little bit, but it mostly has a lot of command line tools. So it has like actual binaries to replace the FlameGraph Perl binaries, but it does have a slight library interface. And this is trying to add like module level documentation to the Rust API part of the crate. This one I've actually already replied to, I saw, which is it is good to add documentation to this, but I actually want to do a pretty substantial refactor of the API to this crate. So this one is an MR that I posted back in March. I finally had a chance to like sit down and go over this crate and make its API what I think it should be. And there's been a bunch of open issues for like, oh, can you do something like this? And finally, this is now made. And I think this will actually become the 1.0 release of Inferno. But I'm basically waiting for feedback from the people who said they wanted these features on, hey, is this what you were after? And I haven't heard back from any of them yet. But, you know, when that eventually comes in, then this is the way to go. And this one it doesn't add too much in terms of documentation, although it does add some. And so my hope is once this lands, then it'll be more useful to add actual documentation on top of that new API, rather than try to document the stuff that's already there. So this one is just there's no action here, so I'll mark that as done. This is I'm profiling programs on, unfortunately, Windows and using vtune. It seems AmpleXC is being deprecated, and now I'm starting to use vtune for the CLI. So let me dig this up. So this is, why did I do that? The stream cd minor Inferno. I really need to tidy up my dev directories a little. Minor Inferno. Git pull, so I have the latest. AmpleXC. Yeah, so I don't think there's actually anything in here apart from documentation. Our support for vtune. So this tool takes the output from various different debugging tools like perf and then turns them into that FlameGraph visualization. But you basically need to implement a parser for each output format. So perf produces things in one format, vtune produces things in another format, dtrace from macOS produces things in the third format, Java produces things in the fourth format, and so there's a bunch of different format supports. And so the format support for vtune has been the format of this AmpleXC tool that comes with vtune, but apparently that's no longer the tool to use. And so if it depends on whether this is just vtune now ships, vtune is like the perf equivalent on Windows, I guess, kind of. If vtune now ships with the CLI, the question becomes whether that CLI produces call graphs in the same format as the old tool and just use this CLI instead, or whether it also comes with its own format, because that would be a little bit painful. Yeah, so let me go. Thanks for the report. Do you know, or can you check whether vtune produces the same output format as what's it called? Ample XECL. I'm sure there's a good reason for that name. Whether it also has its new output format it uses. If it's the former, then yeah, we should just update all the docs. But if it's the latter, also need to implement a whole new format. Given that I don't have VTune myself, would probably be a lot quicker for you to just do a simple local check. This is also something you end up doing a lot in open source maintenance, is like relying on other people, because like I don't have a Windows setup that I could easily use for this kind of development task. I have one for gaming, but not one for this kind of stuff. And so rather than me try to like spin up a Windows VM and then try to install VTune and then get the old tool installed and the new tools installed and then compare them, it's a lot easier to just be like reliant on the community that needs that particular support. And sometimes that will also be the reason why something stagnates out, like an issue or a PR is like, I'm not in a position where I can test this or document this well. I need input from the people who supplied it or the people who will use it. But until I get that, I'm sort of stuck. And then you end up people asking like, has this made any progress? And the answer is no, because the people who need it haven't told me the things I need. And so it does really become this sort of community of maintenance, more so than like one person being the one who is sort of the sole proprietor of the crate. So hopefully this is the simple change, but I guess we will find out. This has been closed. Yes. So someone made this huge PR back in February where they made lots and lots and lots of changes to Inferno to try to make some documentation changes, some feature adding, and some performance improvements. And I basically told them, I looked through some of the changes, and I basically told them, look, you have to split this into multiple PRs. I cannot review this on its own, because it's like, if you look at it, you can't tell because it's behind my picture, but it adds 314 lines, removes 264. But the changes are like all over the place. Some of them are reasonable, some of them are a little weird, some of them completely change the structure of some of the formats. And so I'm like, many of these may be good ideas. I can't review them in this form. So could you please split them into multiple PRs? This is also not uncommon in open source maintenance, that you basically push back not necessarily on the change, but the mechanism whereby the change was delivered, right? So it might be it wasn't documented, or it wasn't tested, or can you change the code around so that the diff is minimal? Or in this case, I can't review it in this form. I need to review it in more contained changes where I can maybe say no to some parts of the change, but yes to others. And so this is the kind of stuff where I basically told them, I'm happy to look at these, but you need to split them up. And then they split them into this. This is sort of the first change, where I left a bunch of comments, and then it seems like 5 days ago they closed the PR. I'm not quite sure why, because I think this was a somewhat reasonable change. In fact, most of the bits in here that I commented on were more like things to tidy up, not really a pushback against the change as a whole. And I don't know why they closed it without any context. Just noticed you closed this. Any particular reason? Seemed like it was decently promising. And we'll see. Sometimes people just vanish, or they get tired of open source, or they did it as part of work and their work situation has changed. All sorts of reasons why these things happen. Sadly, not uncommon. Right, so some of these now can go away. So for example, this one I can mark as done. This one I can mark as done. And then these we're still working on. And this can go away, and this can go away. And then we have the last Inferno change, will probably be the last change of the day. Avoid integer overflow when computing percentage for large sample counts. I think I remember this bug report. So, way back when, yeah, I think this was like someone ran a recording for a very long time, so they ended up with huge sample counts, something that seemed entirely implausible. But then they ended up, because we do some like multiplications to scale things up to make the SVG look right, and the multiplications basically made them overflow when turned into integers. Because we do the sample count times 100, and if that overflows a U64, you get an overflow, you lose all the precision, or it crashes. And so I basically told them, look, something looks suspicious, but also we could try to tweak this computation so this problem wouldn't occur. Like, for example, turning it to an F64 first before multiplying by 100. But this was back in 2020. And I guess here now someone is fixing it. When a stack has a very large sample count, 100 times samples overflows. Performing a floating point avoids the overflow. It's unchanged from normal magnitude inputs. Yeah, and I think I already reviewed this change because it's very straightforward. And I just asked, could you add it to the changelog? And they did that last week. And then 3 hours ago, they pinged me. Okay, let's go in and take a look. Yeah, so it just moves that to be an F64 multiplication. Same for that. And then adds a regression test and adds a fix to the changelog. So this looks great. So let's get that in. Approve workflow to run. Then do we need the individual commits here? No, I don't think so. And so what are we at here if we look at the log? We're just one version. Like the last release was not that long ago. So the only thing in the changelog is going to be this fix, which seems fine. Easy enough for us to land once CI is happy. So we will get that in there. This will just become 12.8. I'll wait with that actually until this guy comes through. Oh. Okay, so we did get 4 projects, I guess, in the end, right? We got left, right, HdrHistogram, IMAP if you count it, and then Inferno, which was not very much. And this is also the nature of these things. Like sometimes there'll be a bunch of issues open, but they're all actually pretty quick to reply to. Sometimes there'll be like 2 things, but they take an afternoon to do anything about. Like left, right, because there's so much stuff in the details, right? What integer for large sample counts? That can go away. It gets merges them anyway. Confirm squash and merge. Excellent. Git pull. Head cargo toml. So I want release of 12.7. Sorry, I want release of 12.8. 12.8. Cargo update. Cargo lock. That's great. Cool. And changelog needs to change because this, oops, what did I do here? So this becomes 7 to 8, this becomes 8 and forward, and this goes here. 12.8, 2026, 07, 18. 0, 12, 8. Actually, wait. There we go. That's what I meant to do. And also, there's an extra space. Right? No, there's not. I lied. Git commit and fire and cargo update. Are we behind on anything? We are not. Okay, great. So we'll do git push u origin head. Go over here. Release 0.12.8. Just to see that CI is still happy. How are these guys doing? They're still running. That's still running. That's still running. Let's go ahead and squash and merge that. And I'm also happy to squash and merge this one. Can this still be... they all have to update. Very, very frustrating. So now they both have to be rebased again. So dependabot has to go do that. So we can wait on this guy. And this too, we can do this. Hard to release 0.12.8. And then we will do cargo publish and git push tags and git push once I do this. So many versions. So once this is done, then we're all good. And then it shall be the end. Oh, we're so close. Yeah, Windows latest is going to be fine, I think. Don't think there's really any Windows specific code in this crate at all. I don't think so. I mean, there's like implementation of Windows specific parsers, but they're compiled on every platform. Do I need to tell dependabot to? No, it's already rebasing. Great. It's already rebasing here. Come on, come on. And here we don't need to hit the merge button because we're going to just push the commit directly from main. Excellent. And then we can go here and say released in 0.12.8. Hooray! Done. Excellent. Delete branch. How's this now doing? We are pretty close now. That can be marked as done. And now it's just these two dependabot things, which these I can handle on my own. You don't need to watch me wait for CI for dependabot bumps. Any last things on either of these? Let's see if I swap this back to newest to oldest. Just those two. The rest is just random other stuff. Look at us go, team. We did it. Now I gotta go actually have dinner and water. But we did it for about 5 hours and we got through 4 projects, maybe 3, maybe 2, depending on how you count. And this is the world of open source maintenance and why sometimes it takes a while before people actually comment on the thing that you the thing that you left a PR for or commented on 3 weeks ago and you still haven't gotten a reply. If you have enough projects to maintain, 3 weeks could easily go by before you have a chance to look at it again. It's not because anyone hates you. With that, I will sign off for today. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you next time.